Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Redox. Glad to have you. Knowing how fast this meeting came together. I'm super happy that everybody's here. And as it looks outside, the weather keeps you here. You'd either be home comfy in your PJs or here learning, so I'm glad you're here. My name's Jason Cook. I work for Redox. This is home for me. I'm territory representative for the company. I cover Idaho, Utah, Nevada, and then help facilitate some of our row crop potato interests across the nation. This is the start of my 9th growing season, and look forward to the conversations and discussion will take place here today. Just a couple of housekeeping items for you, especially those of you that have never been here before. Restrooms right outside the hallway here. Snacks, the best part, snacks, a few goodies in the back there. We'll have lunch around 11:45, 12, just to see what time things show up and where the conversation's at. A few critical details for this room. We are recording the presentation today for the benefit of the Nature Conservancy and the University of Idaho. And so presentations will take place here, but if you'll look right above us, see that big black box? Here's everything. Even the little whispers in the back. And so we ask just if you have some sidebar conversations, if it's important, maybe take it to the back or out in the lobby area, or hold it till break. We'll probably split this up and have a few breaks throughout. But for the quality of those down the line and the presentation that Jared and Blake have worked so hard to put together, I think it's important that we are considerate of our conversations internally here. Special thanks to Brad Johnson from the Nature Conservancy and Courtney Cousins from the University of Idaho. Appreciate them and their efforts coordinating this, and especially to Jared and Blake and being able to share the 13-year history of their track record in soil health and doing things kind of a different way, a less conventional way. The willingness to share that information with you. If you have questions along the way, please feel free to ask questions. Dialogue is what adds depth and value and true meaning to these types of scenarios. So we ask that if you have a question, raise your hand and ask it. Don't be shy. And so with that, I don't believe I forgot anything. If I did, we'll bring it up later. I'll turn the time over to Brad.
All right, thanks, Jason. There's quite a few new to me faces anyway. A lot of these things, it's always the same people in there. I'm going to introduce myself that much. My name is Brad Johnson. I do work for the Nature Conservancy. Kind of a long history of production agriculture in the state. Growing up in northern Idaho and dryland wheat farm up there. Worked down here for a farmer in Kimberly for 7 years before I went back to give another shot at a degree from the University of Idaho. Two tries. But do have a degree in plant soil science. Spent some time as a agronomist, field man for a fertilizer company larger than down in Idaho Falls area where I live now. And I don't know, never really resonated with me. A lot of the stuff we were selling, I'm like, really? I'm just treating the symptom and I'm not really looking at why this is working. Nature Conservancy approached me and asked me to apply for this job in 2019. Here I am trying to help farmers implement regenerative ag soil health practices around the state. I love what I do. It's really fun. I've met a lot of wonderful people in this role. We started out in 2019 by doing some what we call risk mitigation contracts. If a farmer was interested in implementing practices, they would sign an agreement with us, and we know in that transition time while they're fixing their soil or trying to figure out how to do it, they're going to lose some income, and we can replenish some of that income. We're out helping farmers buy cover crop seed and just try it out, see how it works for them. Budget-wise, that wasn't working very well. Either we budgeted money, but we didn't know if we were going to spend it or not. And our bean counters within TNC struggled with that. So we started doing more demonstration. We've had one in Twin Falls, still do one more year on it with Todd Ballard and Twin. And he was just looking at minimum till, no till cover crops. We weren't going down this nutrient management pathway yet. Started another one with Lad Wallen and Aberdeen, kind of the same story, minimum till, cover crops. But then I kind of started figuring out that soil health cannot happen unless we start fixing the biology in the soil. And I've met Jared a while ago on another project up here on the Butte with the grower, and he kind of fascinated me. The dude was brilliant, and I was like, how do I get in touch with that guy and get working with him? Because we're a nonprofit, Nature Conservancy, I should have explained who we are, although maybe a lot. I have to be very careful of not promoting one company over another one. So then all of a sudden, this Blake Matthews name comes into my ears. I can't even remember where I heard that. Anyway, I was like, well, maybe that's my pathway, because Blake's doing some really awesome stuff on his farm. So with that, I kind of started pursuing this demonstration farm to showcase and help him financially, so that all the time he's going to spend helping me spread the word, he's compensated for that. But really, we're just paying him for the knowledge that he and Jared both have in their 13-year history of farming in a different way. And so I thank you to hugely. This is going to be an awesome project. I'm super excited to work with you. Our other plan with this farm that I'd like to mention, it's kind of the biggest piece. With TNC, we are a funded partner in the, you've all heard of the University of Idaho's Innovative Agriculture Marketing Partnership. Used to be a Climate Smart grant, but we didn't like that name, so we renamed it. $55 million grant that will help farmers implement regenerative practices. And yes, it is tied to carbon and greenhouse gases and all that, but that's important. But my focus is the soil. With that said, my hope, my dream is to, any farmer in this area or around the state that wants to try these practices out, utilize the models that we're going to learn today. We have funding with that grant where we can sign farmers up, they can start implementing these practices with some incentive payments to ease the burden that financially we can find. There's going to be some issues because we're all trying to figure it out. That's why these two are here. So with that said, does anybody know who Nature Conservancy even is? Okay, we're not that scary global conservation group that wants to take your land, but some people think there might be. We're not. I'm a friend of agriculture. I love agriculture. Been in it my whole life, and we're here to help. Here to help growers figure out a different way of farming that's more beneficial to food, the soil, seafood, all those things. So with that said, that's me, that's TNC, and what my hope is with this demonstration farm. If you know of any farmers that are curious, get them in touch with me. We can sign them up in the IAMP grant, either through the conservation districts or directly with TNC. Even if they sign up through the districts, I'll still be the technical advisor for
Lead boss, it's all I know.
No, we're gonna work together and help each other out. So with that, who's next up? You?
Mr. Matthews.
Blake is. Okay. I think everybody in this room probably knows Blake. I assume, really great guy, great farmer. I don't even know where we met. Was it LA?
LA, I think, yep.
Yeah. You were in Idaho Falls in the speech contest.
No, it would have been at graduation.
Graduation night in LA. Anyway, Blake, take it over. Thank you.
So as Brad said, my name is Blake Matthews. I'm from Oakley, 20 miles south of here, born and raised there. Been back on the farm. This will be my 20th season back on the farm full time, where I farm with my dad and my brother. We farm about 2,500 acres of irrigated row crops. So potatoes, sugar beets, corn, wheat, malt, barley, alfalfa. We also have a mother cow herd where we raise about 900 head of mother cows. We run them on private ground as well as Forest Service and BLM. And then we also have a 6,000 head feedlot that we feed our own cattle as well as custom feed for other local ranchers. Little background on me growing up. I grew up on the farm. I didn't necessarily want to come back and farm. I kind of wanted to pursue engineering. I did a semester at Utah State Mechanical Engineering, and there was way too much theory involved with it, and so I said, the heck with that. Switched to diesel mechanics, so that I could have something to bring back to the farm. Graduated with my associates there, did one more semester at SUU in ag business, and then served a mission for my church for a couple of years in Colorado, and then came back to the farm full time. Initially, when I started out, I was kind of the grunt on the farm, if you will, helped a lot in the shop on that. And then as things kind of progressed, I took a more larger part in the decision making in that. And my dad just turned 70 this year, still is involved somewhat on the fringe of it. But most of the farming and that, me and my team kind of take care of. We wanted to put together a little timeline, kind of where and when I say we, my team, I mean Jared and Jason have been integral into kind of this journey that we've been on. Kind of starting in 2010. Prior to that, I mainly just kind of shopped low price, on the inputs, whoever could get me the cheapest on the fertilizer and that. I was working with Rocky Mountain Agronomics on a few things. With another field man. Jared wasn't there at the time, and that field man decided to leave the company and go be a private agronomist for a local dairy, and he brought Jared around to introduce his replacement, and it's like, this kid don't know squat. That was in 2010, early 2010. At that point in time on sugar beets, we'd been into the Roundup Ready phase for just a few years, still trying to figure that out. And one thing that I had noticed is when we sprayed those with Roundup, we had those beets just kind of shut down for a few weeks while they were trying to metabolize that chemistry. And so I reached out to Jared. I'm like, hey, you got any ideas on what we can do with this? I think we're not getting any yield out of this thing because, they're just sitting there. And so Rocky Mountain had just picked up Redox the year before. He's like, let's try some of this stuff, see what works. It'll mix with the Roundup. We tried it. Saw a big difference. It definitely sped the beets up and getting that chemistry metabolized. And that kind of set our relationship in motion. I was struggling in farming at that point in time with, we felt we had maxed out our situation, and the next answer was, what's the newest fungicide that's going to save the farm, and help things progress. I'm like, there's got to be a better way, a different way to do this, because just doing the same thing and expecting a different result is insanity. And that's kind of what we were at. It was the same products from 5 different places. It was just who was cheapest. So we started that. That was kind of our first experience with Redox using on sugar beets. And then that fall we had a field of grain corn that we decided to run, and we needed to go to potatoes the next year. So once again, I reached out to Jared. I'm like, hey, we got to figure out something, because this residue is going to be a bear to deal with here if we don't do something. And he had been working with a biological company out of Texas at the time, and he's like, this stuff will work. So we applied it, put it on, and it was unreal what it did. It ate the stubble up, and the spuds that were there the next year were unreal. Moving down the line, that's kind of in between 2011, 2015, we met 2 gentlemen who probably kind of changed our course drastically, and who have facilitated a lot of things since then. Darren Moon, who is the owner and CEO of Redox. We got to know him really well with some of the products we were using, and we're able to kind of peek behind the curtains and be educated about their products and how they work. And then also Wayne Tucker, who unfortunately passed away in 2017 with the biological company that we were using at the time. And through those 2 gentlemen, we've been able to develop a lot of relationships with multiple people throughout the country that have really helped kind of form our path and chart our course on the things that we felt we needed to do better. So in that time frame, we kind of started an in-furrow and a seed treat, biological seed treat. So we went in-furrow on both our potatoes, or on our potatoes, sugar beets, and corn. We started treating all those seeds with the biological seed treat. We were able to eliminate our fumigation on our potatoes. We did multiple years of studies where we'd leave strips in fields, fumigated and non-fumigated, and do side-by-side trials, and we were able to prove that we could get away from fumigation without a loss of yield or quality, actually gaining quality because of it through the use of some of the biological products that we were using. We've seen a great phosphorus reduction. The old days on potatoes, I mean, it was recommended 250 units of P in the mark out and roll that baby out. The last 10 years, we're growing most of our potatoes on 20 to 30 actual units of P along with compost. We're going to talk a lot about that. Going through things, you know, we pretty well cut out all fungicides and insecticides on all the row crops and the grain. We've really focused on soil health and plant health. And by doing that, those plants are able to take care of themselves, and we don't have to do that anymore. Those of you that are familiar with most potato programs, I mean, the status quo, if you will, is 4 to 6 fungicides a season in this area. And just in case if you need it, you need to put it on. And like I said, I kind of had a problem with that, but I just didn't know what to do about it. And then we kind of figured this path out. In 2011, we started sap sampling versus petiole. The thing that we compare that to a blood test. You know, you're actually testing what's moving in the plant. And it's for us, it's been way more accurate as to what that plant is actually doing. 2011, we started water soluble soil testing, so saturation paste. All the chemical extractions that are done, especially in this area, overestimate the nutrients that are there. And so you run into deficiencies, even though you're putting on 250 pounds of P, you're still running out of it. Mainly because the products that were being used are so inefficient that the plant can't use that. And so the interesting thing with the saturation paste and with our sap sampling, those two, they follow each other, and each one proves the other one. And so it's been a lot of we've been able to generate a lot of data and prove a lot of things that we're doing through those two. 2015. We had been using compost off and on before this, but 2015, we really ramped up our compost use. So we'll compost prior to potatoes, sugar beets, and corn on our farm now. We started using some single species cover crops. Some of that, some years might have been just regrowth from the grain the prior year. And then we would work that in. 2017, we got to the point where we completely eliminated the fungicides and insecticides. 2018, we started doing zone management on our farm. We had tried multiple times before that with different variations of how to do it, and didn't have really good luck with it, and finally found the right process of creating the zones on the farm where they actually were correct. Like I say, that's on the whole farm. So we now variable rate all our fertility, as well as we will do some seeding variable rate on the corn, sugar beets, and the potatoes. 2018, we started remote infield sensing through soil moisture monitors, as well as some NDVI work. 2020, we did a little project with a big cover crop, multi-species cover crop, where we did some grazing and that. 2020, as well, we started into our trace genomics and biomakers soil testing, where they're actually telling you what the biology is in your soil, categorizing it, whether it's a good guy or bad guy, and what you kind of need to prepare for. 2020, we also went to multi-species cover cropping. Most of our cover crop mixes now are at least a 5 species. We usually like to stay around 8, just depending upon what crop we're following and what crop we're going into. 2020, we started our stratified soil testing. So what that means, we were taking multiple soil samples, depths of the same spot, and analyzing those completely separately, because those different areas, we could see what our nutrients were doing within the soil, how much they were moving, where the crop was picking it up, and what we could expect as that crop, as the growth stages in the crop went along. 2021, our nitrogen optimization by assimilation, we with the newer version of sap sampling that we were able to come in contact with, we've been able to really dial in our nitrogen and the different forms and how the plants respond to those forms and where they start bottlenecking and what we need to do to fix that. And really made a huge difference in how we use our nitrogen and the amounts that we're applying. 2022, we built the strip till rig, and we've been on our corn and sugar beets. We've been running that now. We go into live cover, spring strip till, plant into that, and then we'll spray out those cover crops as we need to through the season. And 2023, we had a few breakthroughs, and it's a secret right now, but
Just to keep you guessing. $30.
Any thoughts or questions on this timeline?
What variety of spuds?
So in this time period, we've done Norcotas, russet Burbanks, Western russets. So.
Did you say your variable rate seeding your potatoes?
Yes.
How are you doing that?
So we, I run my potato planter with the precision planting setup. We've kind of fabricated and put together, and so we built the maps through the zones, and then we decide what our spacing is going to be, like plant populations rather than the actual spacing per se, and then we're able to just roll it out and go.
So Brad, we tie it to the soluble carbon level of the soil. Higher the carbon load in each zone, the higher the population.
Or are you determining your zones? You're gonna have yield maps or?
We've got some data there in a bit, Tom.
Yeah, we'll talk about that, but. And
On your biological seed treat, did you get rid of all your synthetics at that point?
synthetics.
Or like your chemicals,
Yeah, so we played a lot, so. Go back a long ways. I mean, our infertile program on potatoes included Quadrason and Meyer, as well as a little bit of fertilizer in there. And then we were typically using Maxim as a seed treat. And so, yeah, we've completely gone away from all those on our, between the seed treat and infertile.
I guess, did you cold turkey it? That's one of my questions.
No, most everything has not been cold turkey. We've done it in steps, and we've been out of it, we've been in it and proven that we can do it without it. So and that's one thing I can say with Jared and Jason. I mean, everything, we're making some pretty big claims. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If I would have, if you'd have told me 10 years ago, I'd be standing here telling you this, I told you you're full of crap. But everything that was on that list that we've done, I mean, we've backed it up. We've got studies on it. We've infield trial that we've done it. And we've got the proof to back it up, not only in sampling, but also yield data and everything else. And so that's, I think, what's a little bit different about us and our approach is, I mean, we're fairly off the cuff scientific about it, if you will. We've gone to the point, we've hired some third party assessment on it in some situations. I mean, so we're not just pie in the sky in this thing.
Kind of an interesting fact, when we started all this, you know, Blake mentioned like trace genomics, DNA sequencing. When we started this game, that wasn't out there. Those tools weren't available. So we went off early on observation. If we do this, what's the outcome? And then as testing methods come to the market, hey, we can use that as a validation tool. And that's what we'll show you today. This whole series of this meeting will be based on the framework we use to either prove what we did was working or to give us predictive analytics to make the right decision. So it'd be kind of cool, but I threw a few of these questions at Blake just to kind of, you got where he's been to where he's at currently. Well, I wanted to know from his point of view, where does he want to be in the next 5 years? And so I think just Blake, take a few minutes and answer that bottom question there.
So I get first that top question kind of in answer to Ann's question there. I mean, because we tried it, we did it without it, we did it with it, and we proved that we could do it without it. And so, you know, and then the next 5, you know, ideally I would love to get away from herbicide, especially on the potatoes and that. We've got a few ideas we're going to play with a little bit on trying that. Increased nitrogen reduction. I think we can still get better at our nitrogen use efficiency. I think nitrogen is the #1 over applied fertilizer in the world. If a plant looks bad, throw N at it and it'll solve it. And that's not always the answer. Irrigation reduction, one of the main things we've also seen with our biologicals, as we've got that soil healthier, our water use is drastically dropped. We've been able to cut multiple revs out of crops just because they don't need it. So the status quo, I think in the soil world is that, you know, it takes multiple years to move organic matter in your soil. So in this 13-year period, we've gone from about a 1.5 average to now over 3. And it seems like the last 5 years it's really ramped. And so, I mean, ideally, I would really like to try and get the farm over 5%. And then our WEOC, which is water extractable organic carbon. And so that is usable carbon in the soil. That's not sequestered carbon. That is plant usable carbon in the soil. And that is a really good measurement of overall soil health. And we'll show you some slides on kind of where we were and where we've gone and where we're at now. And our goal in 5 years to be over that 400. And then eliminating infield zone variability. That was one of the main reasons that we went to the zone deal, was because we were seeing so much variability in our fields, you know, from the soil type change and everything. And in doing so, you'll see that like we're getting very close to that variability elimination. So,
Like,
yes.
with this framework that you guys are kind of putting out there, and then use the demonstration farm getting the information on it. Do you think it would take a neighbor farm 13 years to get there, or can they do it faster because of the information?
No, that's the thing. I mean, that's the whole reason we're doing this and why we partnered with U of I and Nature Conservancy is we've done a lot of, I mean, we've screwed up. We've had multiple screw ups. We've stubbed our toes. I don't know how many times. But that's our kind of goal in this, is to help somebody, you know, get to this path in a 2 to 3 to 4 year deal instead of a 13, because we've been there, we've done that. We know, you know, I mean, we've been through, I don't know how many different labs that claim they're doing it the right way and they're not. And it takes you 3 years to figure that out. And we've finally found the right ones. And so if you've got bad information, it doesn't matter how fast or how good, you know, if it's wrong, it's wrong, and you're going down the wrong path. And so knowing where to get the right information from is a huge key, which we figured that out. And so, yeah, I mean, that is kind of the goal with this, is to, if somebody wants to go down this path, we can help them get there way faster than what we can.
So Brad, to that question, this is the framework that we're gonna present. Starting in now, we're gonna get into the details of the framework, okay? If you were to take this framework, Brad, and go to any single farm, this framework would expedite your progress. That's the idea, right? You still gotta learn the inner intricacies of all the steps. You gotta do the work. But this framework will help you get the data necessary to make the right decision. So you have full confidence that you're doing the right things. So as we roll out, this is how we're gonna roll. We're gonna talk about the information that we gather to make the right decision. From soil data, crop inputs, water, compost, we analyze all that. Microbiology profiling, we take a really hard look at all that detail. We'll share all those tidbits with you. And then right on down to, once we have the data, now what? Let's make the recommendation. What are we actually gonna do with the data that we've collected? So this will be the framework that we roll through over the next couple hours. So I'm gonna extend you one new invitation. Any question that you have to ask it. You don't have a choice, you have to ask it. So thanks for your hand, Mr. Trey.
I just had one, I'm curious in your operation, if you've been able to stay in the same ground. If, you know, how it works, I know some producers are in and out of ground, has this happened where you've been in that same 2,500 acres roughly over the course of time? How much do you think that factors into the success that you guys have had here?
There is some of that. We rent a lot of ground, for potatoes. We'll do a little bit of ground trading with sugar beets. That's the cool part about our program is we can get it there. If we had 2 years on the field, we could get it there. 1 year, we can get it way close. Especially if we can and take over in the fall after harvest, and we have that fall to get some of our stuff on there. We can, I mean, if I got a rented field of spuds, I mean, it's not getting vapammed, it's not getting fungicides or insecticides. I mean, we've done that long enough, we know we can do it. That's not a question. And I guess, does that answer?
Yeah.
What you're asking? Okay.
Sure.
One, and just to kind of touch on what Jared said here, so what we're gonna kind of do today is we're gonna cover kind of our fall program and take you right up to the planting and kind of what we're gonna do in furrow is what we're trying to cover today. That way, if some of you guys want to implement some of this, you still have time to be able to do it on your farm. And then, you know, as we go along, you know, whether we do 3 or 4 other sessions here, then we'll kind of carry through the season with what we're doing and what we're seeing and our steps that we do through those time periods. So just, you know, if you have questions about later season stuff, that's fine. We'll field them, but just know that's kind of what the aim of this meeting is at.
I'd also like to throw out during the growing season, if anybody wants to go out to lakes and see what they're doing, what it looks like on the ground, how that crop looks, reach out to me. That's kind of the agreement Blake and I have too, is if somebody wants to see it, I'll bring them out, we'll show them the farm and share what they're doing.
So Redox said they're closing at 5 PM tonight, so if we take it like 4:45, that'll give us 15 minutes to vacate. So that's my invitation. If you have questions, I'll stay here all day to answer questions, so you have to ask, all right? So let's roll. So what we're gonna start with is the soil data. What are all the parameters of soil data that we collect? So starting right out of the gate with our zone management, we use a company to help us predict where our zones are gonna be using historical NDVI imaging, soil topography aspect and all that. And so here's one good example of a farm that Blake's rented for this year, and the variability within that field. What this chart's telling you, this might be a little small, but what this tells us is a predictive tool saying that zone 1's gonna be underperforming by 3.2%. Zone 2 is 4%. So you think about this, if you got a benchmark at 600 sack potatoes, and zone 1's gonna underperform by 3.2%. That's a big yield reduction. We've got to do our work here to even this up, so everything's producing the same exact level. That's the whole idea and the concept behind this zone management. You need to understand the soil variability. So once we understand the zones, then we start rolling in and doing the soil testing and all the diagnostics to figure out why Why is zone 1 underperforming compared to zone 3? Why is zone 5 underperforming? You need to understand the why. Part of this info here is Blake mentioned early nutrient stratification. I want to show you this real quick. I did this just a couple of days ago just to prove a point. Actually, Courtney was after the 5 for 5 talking about stratification and pH. I went out and measured 0 to 1 inch, 1 to 2 inch, and 2 to 3 inches looking at pH and nitrate. I got my fancy 360 soil scan, so I can do this pretty quick. It actually jives really close with Stubenholz's numbers. But look at the pH fluctuation in the top inch versus third inch. You got a 6.4 pH in the top inch of the soil, 7.3 in the 2 inch profile, 8.0 in the 3 inch profile. That's in the top 3 inches. And so you go stab 1 foot of that soil, guess what the dilution factor is? 8.2 pH soil.
What's causing it?
Bicarbonate load probably from that concentration.
From irrigation water. Oh, yes, that should be something through.
And fertilizer application, you got a lot of hydrogen going in that top profile that dumps that pH. And so that's the variability. There's no escaping what that is. And so we've got to do something about it. We also looked at nitrate. Look at the nitrate, 6.4 pounds in the top inch, 7.0 pounds in the second inch. These are separate inches, not accumulating. And then in the third inch, there's 16 pounds of nitrate. And so just on a rented farm.
What time of year was this taken?
This was like 2 days ago, yesterday. When did we do 5 for 5? That was Tuesday. This was Wednesday morning. Yeah, so like I say, this is a rented farm. So we've got to figure out how to manage all that. So anyway, it's cool to have fun toys. If ever any of you guys want to use that, holler at me. It's pretty awesome. Super speedy. But any thoughts or questions here? So
What did you say goes into the zone map? Does it determine the zone?
So it's 5 previous years of crop history. So canopy density in DBI, looking at the canopy of the crop. In fact, that's what this chart shows. This is following alfalfa. So this is the density of this is how the canopy shifts each cutting. First cutting, second, third, and fourth. Dude, I was trying to be Tony Stark, dude. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Is that data just taken from satellites, or do you guys have things mounted to the irrigation systems?
We hire somebody to do that stuff.
Okay.
I'm not smart enough to do this.
Very
I'm
good.
smart enough to do everything else, but this is out of my wheelhouse.
So I was wondering if that was Climate Engine that gave you that NDVI data or?
We've got a fellow who's been for, I think, 33 years doing that, so he just helps us, yeah. But anyway, like I say, these lines represent each zone, and the fluctuation is, you wanna see these lines, just one solid line all season. That would indicate no variability. But you see the separation between the lines, this is where the vigor rating changes. And so we wanna even that up, so anyway. Thoughts, questions, everybody get their, I'm gonna repeat this until you guys are so trained to ask your questions. It's just happened. That's how this is gonna roll. But yes,
How
Nancy.
deep can you go on the, testing the soil with your?
I go 90 feet if I could get down there.
So that machine, all it does is test the soil after.
Oh, okay, it's not a probe.
Yeah, no, he just probing, a regular probe, and then that just does the analyzation.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm out there with my calipers and I'm scooping 1 inch, 2 inch, just dumping it in.
And I'm wondering on the nitrate levels, because of increasing, if that's because of bleaching.
Ideally, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So if you
that
go
would make
deeper, there might
sense.
be more.
Yeah, that would make sense because, I mean, you've had all the winter moisture on it. That field hasn't been worked yet this spring. And so, yeah, that would lead to the, like you say, that stratification is coming from the winter moisture.
Yeah. So like I say, that's in that profile. So there'd probably be a point in time where it's a bell curve and then it really falls off. I can do it if somebody paid me enough to do it. I can tell you where it's off. Yes, sir, Brad.
I'm wondering with that tool, have you looked at in a cover crop field before and after, if you can pull some of that back up with the roots and bring it up to the roots?
That's one of the rotation managed strategies on Blake's farm. He follows potatoes with sugar beets. We use the sugar beets to scavenge what's moved down with the nitrogen load. Yeah.
I guess I was more asking, have you looked at that to test that and see that theory.
I didn't have this idea till the 5 for 5 discussion. I'm like, dude, I got the tool to measure this. See, that was very worth time. That was a good deal. Okay, let's roll on. So in terms of soil testing, these are the labs we use. New Age Laboratories, we run our saturation paste and sap testing through them. Regenerative labs, we use them for the carbon measurements of the soils. We don't really pay much attention to their nutritional parameters. I've got my biases. We can talk about it later one-on-one. This is being recorded, so we'll be politically correct. My brother tells me. Yeah. You know what's funny about Jason? He claims he was the first one ever to put me in intensive care. Yeah.
Now, mind you, they are identical twins.
He stomped me out of the womb. I think 20 minutes before him, and that's his claim to fame. He stomped me out of the womb, put me in intensive care, but I'm still 20 minutes older.
Been telling it over my head every day since.
Don't get started on which one's the better looking one.
The other lab we use just for more of a look at total content of the soil is Stugenholz. It's a fast, inexpensive snapshot of what's there in terms of total content.
They do all our water testing as well.
Yeah. So starting out, we're gonna start with the carbon side, Regen Ag, the Hades soil test method, okay? This is looking at water extracted organic carbon. So the bar chart you see is a reflection of one of Blake's fields that we've prioritized one field for this meeting today. And these line, horizontal lines, they represent Blake's farm history. And so we started out in 2019 at a WEOC score of about 65. And then in 2021, we bumped it to about 140, 142 as a farm average. 2022, we bumped it up to about 167 as a farm average. Where we want to be is 400.
Yeah, so if you go back to that goal list, this is the WEOC that I was talking about there, that we want to be over 400 in 5 years.
So in terms of Blake's farm, this is looking at his home east farm, which is about 4 miles south of here, in each individual zone. So we got zone 1, zone 2, 3, 4, 5, each individual zone and its carbon score. And so as a whole in 2023, we had even more progress from the previous year in terms of what the total level is. We're flirting, right here, home east zone 3 is just barely under, it's 198, just barely under 200. But we're making progress towards our goal in 2027 of being at 400.
And then just so this comparison, I don't know how well you guys can see this, but between the red and the blue, so the blue lines were taken last April, and then the red ones were taken in the fall, so in October. So when I talk about this is usable carbon. So you can see how some zones that decline more than others. Zone 3 actually built. Zone 4 stayed just about even. And so that kind of tells you what the products that we're using during the season, we want to have it like zone 4, where it either holds or actually starts building. And depending upon how you're fertilizing, what products you're using, that's how you can affect that.
So what we like about this is just good benchmarks. Anybody can run this on your farm. These are just good national standard benchmarks. It's not fictitious. We didn't make it up. There's a lot of folks doing this. So this is how we're measuring and charting our progress on the farm. So are we actually doing something positive? And by these graphs, yeah, we're heading towards our goal. I hope we're at 400 in the next 2-3 years. I hope it doesn't take us till 27 to get there. So, yes, sir, Shiloh.
Are you pulling your Hades test twice a year, or are you pulling them off in the lab?
Twice, yeah, usually spring and fall, just so we can benchmark what's happening in each zone. Yeah. Another hand up, right? Yes, sir.
Just keep your numbers at the bottom there, like zone 1, 4 to 14, zone 1, 10 to 16. What are
That's
those
the
numbers?
date. That's April 14th. and October 16th.
Way overthinking this then. All right.
But we're not, no wild signs or
Okay.
archetypes, dude. It's just straight up. So
Your numbers are parts per million, right? What's the?
yeah, the WEOC score, it's not really, it's a score. It's not really a designated parts per million. I don't know if anybody knows that. You guys, Was it parts per million? I don't.
That's what I'm looking up right now. That's what I was wondering, I'm like.
And eyes on the screen, dog. Right here.
Pretty sure it's parts.
So anyway, like I say, this is a good tool that we've used on the farm to benchmark progress. So,
And like Jared said, it is, any lab that's running the Haney test can spit this number out, and it is consistent across the labs.
yes, sir, Roger.
What different forms of liquid carbon are you using to? So,
Bro, a lot. In fact, there's an NDA sheet out there in the hall. We needed you to sign that before we can. No, so we use a lot of humic, a lot of fulvic, carboxylic acids. We got a lot of compost, carbon, lots of different carbon sources. Mr. Kelly.
USDA studies on the rhizosphere figured that on the root surface, you could hit 200 parts per million of carbon because of the microbial activity, but in the soil paste extract, the averages are between 1 and 20 ppm. So that's a score that's extrapolated from the reading.
Absolutely. Everybody, just for your, this is Mr. John Kelly. He's been an integral part of Redox Bionutrients for 37 years. Yeah. So John was very influential in our early years when we got going with Redox Bionutrients and a lot of this knowledge. He's got some ownership in this too. So anyway, phenomenal resource. So pick his brain, milk him for all he's worth. Okay, let's move on to the next one. This is a measurement of organic nitrogen compared to inorganic. So organic nitrogen created by the soil microbes versus nitrate and ammonium. It gives us that relationship of what's the organic nitrogen pool doing? Are we able to access it and use it for the crop, or is it just sitting there dormant? And what you see, spring to fall, in each zone, we're accessing the organic N fraction. A lot of times in past history, we don't get to access the organic N. There's something that keeps it held captive. But on Blake's farm, we're able to access it very efficiently and effectively. And you see that by the drop in the amount of available by the fall. So I like these parameters just because it gives you ideas of how well you're using the soil system. How well are you working with nature? And then I really like this one. This is a little bit busy, but similar trend of what's going on. This is measuring the carbon to nitrogen ratio of the soil, but it's specific to your WEOC, water extracted organic carbon, and water extracted organic nitrogen. It's not tied to bulk plant debris in the soil. It's the functional fraction. So keep that in mind. We're seeing very similar progress. And so the trend here on organic seed N mirrors that of the WEOC score. And so when we first started, this is what's crazy. When we first started, we had a 5.5 seed N ratio, which means we've got some dysfunction in a big way. By 2021, we bumped that up to 6.7 seed N ratio. By 2022, we were at a 9.8 seed N ratio. And then this last year, we ended like, 10.5, 12.5 to 1 type of ratio, which if you look right here, based on the Haney metrics, between a 10 to 12 to 1 is the most ideal range. That's where you access the majority of your organic nutrients in the soil. And so that's been a target for us to get there. It's taken a number of years to make it happen because we've had to learn how to manage our inputs so we could get there. That's been the whole idea. Like I say, I love these methods because it gives you those benchmarks of progress.
Well, the interesting thing too here is that the difference, from 20 to 21, we made about a 1 point, but then from 21 to 22, we did, better than 3. And so we've not necessarily changed our program, but refined it in that time frame. And I think that shows here of the improvements that we've made in that moving. Jason.
Did you define one contributing factor in all this that helped you get to that next? Because you show progress in your initial application. What do you feel like took you to that next big jump in 22? Is there one specific thing you can share?
So I think the number one thing is we reduce the amount of free nitrate and ammonium in the soil system. By reducing those, we were able to build organic. So I think that's the number one thing.
But all N is not created equal when it comes to the plant. And that's one thing that we've learned and figured out how to make that function correctly.
So if you look at most of Blake's soil samples this spring, it's daunting in a way because you look at nitrate and ammonium and they're super low, 2 parts per million nitrate, 3.1 parts per million ammonium. Those are low compared to some other farms that are 60 parts per million. And so we've pulled that back that allows the biology to do work. So I think that's number one. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm just looking at some of my own regen results, because my WEOC score is much lower, like 170s roughly, but my carbon to nitrogen ratio is like 9+. And so, I mean, obviously there's 2 parts there, but I guess what's the, obviously it's not like carbon to nitrogen ratio is the only thing you're looking at in your entire operation. And so I guess the benefit of having that WEOC score higher is you can have your good C to N, but if your WEOC score goes higher, you've just got even more possibility as far as nutrient scavenging or less need of inputs. And I guess I'm just looking at the distinction between my WEOC score is lower here, but my C to N is good. What's the benefit of getting that WEOC so much higher?
The benefit is biological horsepower. That's the benefit. The higher that goes, the more energy your soil sustains, which means more energy your plants will have access to. And it's that energy gradient that drives productivity.
Well, and I think too, that the higher the WEOC, the more efficient with the right forms of nutrients the soil becomes. So 5 units instead of being 5 units is now worth 8, and so, and just because the soil is functioning how it's supposed to, and so it just gets the efficiency on the products just jumps.
Yes, sir, Brad.
Plus, possibly, correct me if I'm wrong, but that energy you're talking about in that higher WEOC is going to fend off pests and diseases and all that kind of thing. Absolutely. So that's where you're getting your savings in fungicides and pesticides.
Critical component. Yeah, absolutely critical component. Yeah.
I mean, if you set the soil up right, then it sets the plant up right, and then everything functions how it's supposed to. I mean, Jared, I'm gonna steal his thunder, always says that he wants to solve the dysfunction instead of treating the symptoms. And if you're using a fungicide and insecticide, you're treating the symptoms. You don't get to the root cause of why you need that. And we've been able to get to solving that dysfunction, and it eliminates the other end of it.
You have a question?
Yeah, I know my bosses would want me to ask this, so I'm wondering what your thinking is with choosing WEOC as a big metric versus like POC or mineralizable seed.
It's easily accessible and very affordable.
Dynamic too.
Yeah. A lot of people across the country, across the globe are using the testing metrics. So when you compare, you speak a common language. That's the value I found in the WEOC score. Yeah. I love you guys right now. You're asking these questions. This is awesome. So thanks for accepting the challenge. One thing I wanted to tell you, if you guys want to take pictures, not of me or Blake, but of the screen, feel free. Like, don't be bashful. Get that camera up there high where you can see it. I poach most of this info, so you guys just will poach it from us. One more metric we look at, looking at the carbon parameters, is the CO2 versus solvita burst test, CO2 respiration, looking at my microbial activity. They take our soil, dry it down to 100% dry matter basis, re-wet it, and then on the re-wetting, they measure what kind of CO2 gas is coming off. That's a good indicator of just total biological function. I don't know much more about it other than that. It indicates what kind of biological activity we have. And so you see, here's our chart of where we want to be, 71 to 100 is our target. That's kind of where the operating is. Lake range is anywhere between 70 and 20. So we've got some challenges there. We've got to figure out why. So we're continually learning. We don't have all the answers yet, but just on the cusp of learning every test we take, so. And then this is a really good number. I don't fully understand it all the way. This is percent microbial active carbon. That's the MAC percentage. This is the percentage of WEOC that is acted upon by the soil microbes. And so the target is 50. We're down here anywhere between 27 and 8. So we've got to figure out how to access more, what do we have to do to allow the soil microbes to access more of lake stored WEOC? That's the next step for us going the next 5 years.
And one theory that we have is that the higher that we can get that WEOC, then that's gonna help drive this MAC percentage up. So that's part of the other reason why we're driving for that higher WEOC score.
Yes, sir.
I've had a question. I mean, in the past, thinking what time of the year you got the highest microbial activity in the soil? Notice this slide, the last slide, your April test was higher than the fall test. Just curious. I mean, I'm just first thought to come to mind is you mentioned cover crops. Is that because in the spring you've had that activity through the fall and in the early spring, and is that why they're most active to come out of dormancy versus in the fall after you've got a crop in and you've got some utility events and what? I don't know. I'm just brainstorming here.
So I'll add 2 ideas to you. Number one, yeah, Blake does a great job with these cover crops, but also on Blake's farm, every field every year is treated with a fall residue digestion product, microbial product. The idea, we'll get to that in a minute. The idea is number one, break the disease cycle, but number 2, nutrient cycling. We use microbes to build back WEOC all winter. They do work all winter. Everybody thinks microbes go dormant when it gets cold. They just slow way down their activity. And so this is a function of microbial activity through the winter months. But then we're dealing with a consumptive system. Growing a plant in a field is a consumptive system. It's taking. And so that's why you see the drawdown in all these October zones. It's using it. So I hate the word regenerative, but that's really what it's regenerating itself or generating, however you want to look at it. Great question. Yeah, I think that's part of it. It's the microbial activity doing work. Back row, you had a question. We answered it already? Sure. So we didn't answer, you need to ask it. That's a rule.
If you just said you hate the word regenerative, because I've talked to a few people this morning, just wondering, is there an actual definition? It feels like it's what people kind of think it is. I mean, I'm generous, yeah. So it's a lot of what we do, but maybe it's just a different way of thinking about it, focusing more on the performance of the soil. What do you see? What do you believe that regenerative ag is?
I see if you ask every person in this room what their definition is, it's gonna be wild swings.
Well, that's why I asked.
Yeah, wild swings. That's why Blake and I and Jason included, we've focused on what's the model? What's that? I'm not gonna say it. What's the generative model? I'm scared of that.
I guess we have to end this partnership because you don't believe in regenerative ag.
That word, I think it's an abused word. Anyway, there, Terry, let's move on, folks.
I'm just curious, like, I guess back to the regenerative ag,
Oh.
Sorry, did that, Earl, you know, everyone talks about the importance of having, live roots, live plants in the soil. You feel like, having something growing through the winter, does that help contribute a lot to, these like the microbial activity and then the other, I don't know, the other variables you're looking at in the soil?
Looking that up, there is no full substitute for a growing living root in the soil. We have found some really good biological products that work well, but they're not near, as good as what a living plant is.
Yeah, the true source of all carbon, bro, is sunlight. And the way we capture it is through a photosynthetic leaf. So even if it's winter and you got somewhat of a green leaf, there's still a percentage of photosynthesis happening that shove and exudates in to the soil. So yeah, it's living cover year round. That's one of the big mantras for McCain's program. I think anybody's regenerative program requires a living plant as long as you possibly can.
I'd even take it as far as say we're not actually farming crops, we're farming sunlight.
Sunlight, dude.
And the more sunlight we can farm, the better off we are.
I've told Blake for years, he doesn't accept this, but he's a solar economist. That's what he's doing, solar economist. The better we can capture the sun.
Doesn't nitrogen make bigger solar panels?
To a degree. It's also a burn.
I'm just
Sir, Mr. Stoker.
Blake, you said earlier today that not all nitrogen sources are the same. I think that can be applied to the carbon sources as well. They're not all the same. And so he's over here talking about carbon nitrogen ratio, but it is a very complex. It's not just C and N. There are many different levels of that, and it really comes down to solubility or plant availability. They're almost the same, not quite, but almost. And so when you're measuring what type of carbon and what type of nitrogen, it's vital to what you're talking about. 100%. And that's why we're going off of like this WEOC and that, because it's not measuring total soil carbon, it's measuring the usable soil carbon. And that's why, we are big proponents of compost. I'm gonna go out on a little limb here, and I guess I might get hit for it, but biochar does not fit into a soluble carbon. I'm sorry, it doesn't. And a lot of the fertilizers we use are carbon based. So with all that, we are always striving to, there is not an application that goes on my farm that does not have some form of carbon in with it. Just, that's the end of story.
So guys, in terms of one last, sorry, Roger.
What's your ratio for carbon inputs of manure versus true carbon inputs versus what your cover crops are putting into the soil?
The ratio?
Yeah, would you say 20% is coming from your manure, 30% is coming from your carbon-based products you're using, and then the remainder is coming from your cover crops?
When you say this,
Was that part of it?
you're like, you come from Meridian, you had to bring the big questions. Appreciate it. I think we can answer that in the next couple slides when we start looking at the ingredient compost, what it's contributing. So if you're willing, hang on to that for a second. Let me get to the compost section. And if I don't answer it fully, I'll dedicate 10 minutes specifically to you. Sir Jason, do you have?
No, we'll wait till we get to the compost section.
Okay, so one last measurement we look at in terms of the Haney carbon side of things is just an overall soil health score, soil health calculation. They say a 7 is a good number to start at. Okay, so that's where their target is. Look how Blake trends across this particular field in each zone. We're moving above what the initial starting point is. So this is a cool thing. Just super fast, rudimentary look at it. Okay, we're on the right side of this calculation, game on. So don't need to spend a lot of time on that particular number. Because there's a lot of details that goes into that number, but I don't know what all those parameters are. So
Once again, this is off of the Haney test.
Yeah.
The number that they spit out.
Yeah.
But of all the Haney's I've pulled in Idaho, like, I'd say 2 is an average.
Yeah.
So you guys are, you're getting up there.
Yeah. In fact, full disclosure, I did put the charts where we were, but he started like a 3.
Yeah.
When we pulled the first Haney test, yeah. So we're heading the right direction. Yeah. Okay, any thoughts or questions on the carbon side of things before we shift to water? You guys need a break or you want to keep going? 5 minutes? Let's go 5-minute break. Okay, guys, there's one comment maybe during the break. I was talking to Trey and Roger there. What I wanted to highlight about Blake's farm is we've highlighted one field. It's got 22 fields and we have all the same data for it. We chart every single field, so we got that. So I wanted to make that pretty clear to you that not just one field, this is a farm-wide deal. So
Yeah, our test plots, much to my father's chagrin, usually end up in the hundreds of acres or fields instead of 2. So
I can contest to that when we were talking about interseeding. I'm like, you want to sign up for the grant, like a couple hundred acres? And you're like, no, the whole farm.
Let's go. So any questions or comments you guys like to share before we roll into a different directions of water quality? Carbon discussion during break, anything you want to share? If not, we're gonna go into some more cool stuff. Okay. What I want to show you right here with these charts is a look at how the irrigation water on Blake's farm influences his soil fertility. We've got some water data I'll share in just a minute, but this is kind of just to get the mind rolling of what kind of influence that we can have based on different treatments. So this blue well represents Blake's home west field. Is irrigation water that we treated with a product called Moab. It's a high hydrogen type hydrogen fertilizer. This orange bar represents his regular irrigation water, no treatments, in the soil.
Which, if you can't see it from there, that is a 7.6 pH out of the tap.
And this is all deep well?
It's all deep well. Yeah, 4 or 5 miles south of here. The gray bar is his irrigation, his home west field irrigation water treated with an acid-based fertilizer. And then the yellow bar there is just running his deionized water. So look what happens. This is chloride, soil pH, phosphorus.
So what he's talking about this is, so he pulls a soil sample, he grabs a water sample, and he sends it to the soil testing lab. And they use these treatments for their reagent in the soil. It's, you know, a standard deal is deionized water. And we're having them use the irrigation water that's actually going on that ground with these treatments. Okay, so that's what he's talking about, is the lab is using our water with those treatments in it to run these tests. Does that make sense to everybody?
You're just saying you're running this water on this soil to see how it will react with your soil.
Yeah, because that's what's going on every day when we're irrigating. And so the lab is performing their standardized tests with our water and then comparing it to the deionized water.
So what I want to point out, look at this, under chloride, there's 93 parts per million just under deionized water. Super low, that's cool. As soon as we add the irrigation water, look what happens. To 400 parts per million. That's chloride. Look what happens to phosphorus. 23 parts per million under deionized water, but as soon as we add the irrigation water, we go to 4.7 parts per million. And then on sulfur, we start at 19 with deionized water and then add the irrigation. Look what happens, go to 108, 158 parts per million. But as we add amendments to the water, like in the case of this Moab product, we can make our soil sulfur way available with that amendment. We can take it from a normal of, well, what is it? 108 parts per million to over 400 with one amendment. Look at phosphorus. We go from 23 in deionized, 4.7 in the regular irrigation water. If we add the right amendment, we can shift that to 402 parts per million. We can start changing the nutritional dynamics of his farm based on the amendments we add to his irrigation water. Because with water alone, we've got a massive problem with high chloride. A little bit more sulfur and no phosphate. So think about this. All of these elements we're showing you right now are negatively charged. So they all compete for uptake into the plant at the same time. The plant doesn't differentiate phosphorus from sulfur from chloride. It differentiates the negative charge. So if chlorides are dominant anion in the soil solution, guess what the plant's going to take up, Mr. Terry? Chloride. Chloride's going to override phosphate and sulfate all day long. And so we figured out how to overcome that chemistry antagonism with different amendments. And so it's a wrap.
How are you treating your water? Is it just injecting in the main line?
Yeah, just a fertigation application.
Yeah, just at the pivot points or at those, depending on which farm, we've got different locations that we're looking at that.
Brad, the way we work this titration was designed to mimic what we would do under normal irrigation, normal fertigation strategy. What's the outcome? And so anyway, just wanted to lay that out there to give you, start the wheel spinning on what kind of antagonism your water quality can play in overall fertility.
Jared's gonna, one thing real fast, Jared's gonna show in a couple slides. You don't think about the amount of water volume that you're actually applying to your ground, and you'll be flabbergasted at the amount that actually is.
Brent, yes, sir.
So help me understand, that was 7.6 on the water that was coming out of the tap?
Yeah, just, untreated, it's 7.6 pH.
So maybe the next slides will help me understand which way, when the water goes higher in pH, and which way when it goes lower, what happens to all of these elements?
So blue and gray, when you take the pH down, this is what happens. When you take normal water, is the orange bar. Do you see what happens under regular irrigation, 400 parts per million chloride, which under the treatments, we don't do a lot. There's not a lot of change there. But we can look what we have, what we can do on phosphate and sulfate with the amendments. We can make them way more available to try to outcompete the antagonism.
So all the amendments that we're doing are acidifying.
They're all acidifying, so you have to put in more amendments if the water is higher pH.
Yeah, so these treatments, Brent, are with Moab, and then the acid is taken to a 6.8 water pH. Okay, for reference, Jason. We just got it. Let's roll on to the next. Here's the cations. We just looked at the anions. The same story is true for the cations. Plant doesn't differentiate calcium from magnesium from potassium. It recognizes the charge, positive charge. So in terms of our regular irrigation water, we look at this calcium at 429 parts per million compared to deionized. Second, we add that irrigation water, our calcium load just skyrockets. Are you managing that? Look at what happens to magnesium, potassium, and sodium. As soon as we add our irrigation water, deionized, we have a lot of potassium, but for some reason, irrigation water just crashes the availability of potassium. Just knocks it on its head. So what happens late season when you're trying to bulk a potato and you need a lot of potassium? The water's antagonizing. So that's part of this scenario of how we're managing this. Any thoughts or questions there? We're gonna cover this again, so I don't need to.
And the colors on this are the same as the last one, so blue is the Moab treatment, orange is the great well water, and gray is the acid fertilizer.
Yes, sir.
This isn't saying which of those you should use. This is just saying, depending on what you're using, you may need amendments to make stuff available.
Right.
What this is saying is you need to get your water tested. So then you know, because this is just one farm. Canal water, completely different scenario, and we've. Are you showing that? Oh, yeah. There's right here.
So on this farm, part of the year he's running deep well, part of the year he's running canal. There's a shift. And we noticed, we started observing, anytime he made the shift from water source, the crop dynamics changed.
In the sap sample.
Yeah, it's like, what's going on? Well, look at this. If you look at calcium, these green bars is like regular well water.
Untreated.
Untreated, yeah, no treatment here. This is just normal water. So green bars are well water, blue bars are canal water compared to deionized in the red. Look what happens when you shift from canal water to well water or well water to canal. You go 200 part per million swing in calcium.
And this is by zone. So then you throw that on top of it and then it gets really wild.
Yeah, same's true for potassium, super high under deionized, but the water changes quite a bit. You start getting a rhythm and flow of how water can influence your total fertility. And most folks in the agronomy world don't even consider this. I don't know why, but this is critical. Yes, sir.
So do you feel like calcium and chloride are your biggest limiting factors in your irrigation, deep well water versus maybe sodium and surface water? Or is that a fair estimation?
Absolutely. Right now in the Magic Valley, there's two major antagonists. Number one's bicarbonate, number two is chloride, followed by calcium as a critical player in the late season.
Well, and the problem is with the untreated well water, the calcium that's there is not is not plant available. So I mean, you're just dumping it on, and that's the beauty of, with the treatments, we can break that loose and make it plant available.
See, like in terms of sodium, Jason, either water source is about the same, so it's gonna stay consistent through the season. But unless you're managing, look at magnesium, as soon as you shift it, water source, now you got a super small molecule floating around that soil solution that could compromise your cation exchange. So the water is pretty critical to be managing. Yes, sir, Shiloh.
Help me understand how you're getting zones on there if you're just taking the water source.
This is water and soil.
Okay.
So it's the soil sample pulled from those zones, treated with that water.
Yeah, this is not the individual water itself. This is the influence the water has on the soil. So, questions, I see your wheels are spinning, so let's ask the questions. Yes, sir, Tom.
Not completely on this topic, but because we're on this topic and you're talking about it, have you guys looked at any of these frequency induction devices into the well water?
Yes.
There's some merit to that. I've had some interesting conversations lately.
No, have not seen any sort of performance enhancement based on that technology.
Okay.
I'm not gonna discredit that it's capable of doing it, but how do you override? How do you override a soil that's gonna give you 700 pounds of chloride in a crop season? How do you override that? That's chemistry. So. His idea wasn't to record. I'll take my coat to it. Anyway, saw another hand. If not, you guys got questions, let's go.
This is so.
You think so?
I
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, let's roll on. Look what happens. So we just looked at the cations under each of these water sources. Look at the anions, phosphorus, chloride, sulfur. Let's start with chloride. When Blake's pumping his canal waters, he's got pretty favorable chloride numbers per zone. Look what happens when he shifts to his well. Look what happens on sulfur, pretty consistent, right? Look what happens on phosphorus. There's some variation here, right? So based on abundance, relative nutritional abundance, chloride load is gonna trump phosphorus uptake all day long. Gotta be able to manage that. We discovered that probably a decade ago. Look at the micronutrients. Under the red bars deionized, there's pretty good level of availability on aluminum, silicon, copper, boron, iron, manganese. But look what happens outside of boron. Look what happens as soon as you add your irrigation water. They go to virtually nothing. No availability.
Regardless of source too.
Regardless of source.
Yeah. So you got a soil test that tells you I got 33 parts per million of zinc and I got 15 parts per million of boron. I don't need to apply those, do I? But if you're not considering your water influence, you miss the mark. We missed the mark for years because we didn't understand the water influence on nutritional availability. So write that down. Measure. That's one major learning mistake that we figured out early on. Thoughts or questions here? I'm assuming a lot of this is new. I feel like you guys are slowing down on your questions a little bit. Need you to pick it back up.
I'll buy it. We've looked at a lot of different irrigation water analysis tests throughout the season. We noticed that they change a lot throughout the season. I know our system is different over there in the valley than you guys out here, but have you guys looked at that? Are you just using this as a baseline?
So Trey, we measure spring, summer, and fall.
Yeah.
Yep, annually. That goes into the archives. So like I say, this data is geocached for Blake's farm in every field, every water source, more or less than anything.
So the well water stays more consistent. The runoff, any runoff water, whether it be canal, river, creek, you know, you get a big difference when it's fresh runoff to when it's stored water. And so, yeah, the consistency from year to year is fairly good. You know, it can shift around depending upon you know, if it's a late season runoff or, you know, but the fluctuations are fairly consistent.
Yes, sir. What specifically are you using to buffer your chlorides in your water?
Nothing. No realistic way to do it. It's an outcompete game with chloride. You can use fulvic. Fulvic will help buffer against it, but it's not. Chemistry's just not there. So. You got a question up there, yes, ma'am.
How expensive is the water treatment? As I'm like pitching this to my growers, that this is something they should invest in, is it like a price tag shock to them?
No, not at all, because the way we structure this is we integrate his total farm fertility program. We take a percentage of it to water treatment. Most everybody fertigates, probably 70 to 80 bucks an acre per year with the fertility. We just put it in the right forms, they can get the amendment and the nutrition in the same package for about the same cost.
That's the thing about it is if you're not taking account into the water, all the fertilizer that you're pumping in, it might be tying up as soon as it hits the water and be unavailable. So so depending upon what the water is, we use different forms of our nutrition that we know are going to affect that, correct?
So I was gonna say, it's probably a wash. You're saving money on fertility by treating the water.
Well, yeah, it goes further,
Yeah.
because I mean, you know, that end reduction that I talked about, part of it is just because it's actually getting there. You know, it's not getting tied up in the water because of that, you know, knocking heads, so.
Was there another hand?
I just want
Yes,
to
ma'am.
comment, the thing about canal water is the canal companies use algicides to get rid of the algae in the canal, so whatever's in that canal water is going on.
Yeah.
On the land, so in testing it, the whole knowing what's in it is important.
So to that point, we try when we like gets notifications when that happens, and we try to limit the irrigation during that interval. Yeah, because we don't want the algicide screwing up the biology.
Right.
Yeah.
Typically, it moves through the system fairly quick, and so it is long lasting. So this is the slide that I was referring to. If you read down here in the red at the very bottom, water is your largest impact on every acre you have. There's 5 million pounds of water in 2 acre feet of light. Okay, that, I mean, blows everything else out of the water, no pun intended. What is actually hitting that dirt. And so a lot of people don't look at their water nearly enough to know what antagonisms they're having or what it's bringing to the table.
So the idea is what your water is, your soil becomes. So think about this, in this 2 acre feet that Blake's gonna apply, there's gonna be 1,100 pounds of bicarbonate. Bicarbonate is a direct antagonist to all your cations, calcium, mag, sodium, potassium, ammonium. So it will tie up pound for pound your cations. So I got 1,100 pounds of antagonism that's gonna tie up 1,100 pounds of my cations. I need the cations to grow the crop. I don't need bicarbonate to grow the crop, but it's gonna compromise my plant's capability to access the cations if I don't manage that, dude. Look at chlorides, 338 pounds of chloride's gonna hit his field after that 2 acre feet. And so this is a ramp up over time. It's not all gonna hit at once. It's based on irrigation interval. It's gonna gradually increase and then decline to the end of the year. So about July 4th, we're probably gonna top out about half of our total applied chloride. So we gotta be able to manage that. How many of you have ever seen your phosphorus in your petioles crash mid-July? You can't figure out why, but you're applying the pounds to the ground. Everybody knows that scenario.
Yeah, you've hit critical mass where the chloride is outcompeting the phosphate, and so then as soon as it trips over, it's over.
Yep, this becomes your dominant negative charge. So sulfate, phosphate, nitrate, even to some degree, are to be taken up by the plant root because it's relative abundance. We're talking about nutritional abundance. What's the competition based on the abundance of the elements? So, look at sodium. Roughly 300 pounds of sodium is going to hit his farm from the water. Got to manage that. So. This is where I think it's so critical that we are accounting for this in the management. It's like I say, 2 acre feet's 5 million pounds, you bump to 3 acre feet, you go to 8 million pounds of water. You guys are laughing at me because I'm trying to sell you 300 pounds of fertilizer, you know? So what your water is, your soil becomes. And there are enough tools out there to take this water and make it something very, very favorable. We can make it a new water with all the right benefits for your soil. Yes, sir, Brent.
So help me understand how you change that water, and this question is based off of me as a kid. Sulfur burners that we used to do, and I got to go out and weld up the pivots when they were done, like welding on a pier kid. Bad experience in my background, so how do you change this water without destroying the equipment to get it done?
Very precisely. So we still use acid-based fertilizers, but they're injected very slowly over time. Not about changing this bad boy all at once. Sulfur burners eras was, let's dump that pH from its 8.0 to a 3.0. Let's change stuff right now. That's not the philosophy. This is a meticulous application throughout the season.
I mean, we begin pumping usually about second or third irrigation. And then we carry it clear through the season because we're trying to treat the water the whole season. And that, like he said, back on the water samples, we're only running about a 6.8 pH. So any reaction with the, with pivots and that is nil, because we're not trying to dump the thing to 2, and so that's the beauty of it, is there's enough products out there now to be able to do it precisely and not create the wreck that was the past.
Yeah. Because there's an equilibrium in this. As much good, you can do as much good as you can harm. We dump that pH to a 3, Brent, guess what happens? You zero out bicarbonate, and then you're subject to the high availability of all these cations. You just made sodium 100% available. You made enhanced chloride, you enhance calcium, you collapse the soil structure. So you got to know how far the shift needs to go so you don't get into that side of the equation. So, yes, ma'am.
So for some of the naturally occurring elements in the geology here, there's arsenic, manganese, other things. Do you ever account for those? Do you ever look at those?
We probably should.
I just wonder, because on the drinking water side of things, some of our waters are high nitrate, natural, but things that are natural, uranium and manganese, and what impact that might have on crops.
So let me tell you my answer to this. When we're not going to cover sap sampling today, but that'll be our next session. Come back. Okay, let's plug the next one. When we look at sap sampling measures selenium. As we see selenium increase, there's a natural trend with these heavy metals to also increase. The good news is we rarely see selenium ever move in our sap samples. And so we have some confidence that the heavy metals are not a threat to the value of the crop he's selling to all of you guys. Yeah. So we're a little more, I kind of let you.
I'm curious, I'm looking down the list and I'm like, in my drinking water brain, it's like, there seems like a
It's part of the equation, but it's such a microscopic part of it. We focus on the macros.
Great.
So, great comment. Anything else? We're gonna shift gears now.
I'm just hoping the next couple of slides are going into EH. You're right on the verge here. We're going pH versus EH.
That's the 501 level class we're talking about. Doing oxidation reduction. We can play that game.
Get your brother up there. Let's do this.
No war for me. So, are we good here? We're gonna roll on. So, I gotta give a shout out to Mr. Brent Stoker in the back. Brent, would you stand up, please? You've embarrassed me enough in my life. This is next year. Mr. Brent Stoker right there is the absolute best composting man in the nation. He produces the highest quality compost, the highest purity, is meticulous about his details, and we appreciate him in his influence on helping Blake's farm get to phenomenal compost quality. So we would be remiss if we didn't recognize Brent and his efforts in helping us on the compost end. Well, we don't have time to specialize 100% in the compost, but Brent's phenomenal. So This is what we're doing on the compost. Look at this. Blake's farm is an average about 7.5 ton of compost per year. But he's applying on a variable rate scale. So each of these zones that you see right there is getting a different compost rate based on its nutritional parameters. Some zones might get 4 ton, some zones might get 17 tons. That's how he's managing his compost, but it all ties back to the concentration of nutrient in that compost. So Roger, going back to your question earlier, I promise you I'd get there. Look at the carbon load. Per 7.5 tons, there's 915 pounds of carbon. Is it all water extract organic carbon? No. Is it all just plant debris carbon? No. It's 10,000 probably different forms of carbon because this is a biologically derived product. So in terms of 7.5 ton, we get 56 pounds of nitrogen, 120 pounds of phosphate, 250 potash, you name it, okay? You see the concentration. This is accounted for in Blake's total fertility management. We've devised strategies and scenarios of how to make all of these nutrients more available. Because as you apply this product, there's only a percentage of that that's available immediately. But we found with some of our inoculants and some of the way the compost is managed, we can significantly improve the percentage of each of these in their availability to this crop.
So the status quo on compost is usually about 50% of it is available in the first year. And then I think it drops to 20, 25, and then the rest kind of continues out from there. We've done enough testing in that we feel comfortable saying with most years we can usually get about 70% in the first year out of our compost. And so that has helped us kind of change the way we manage things, and we can pretty well map when these things are going to come on in the season. You know, your phosphate breaks loose at a different time than your potash does out of the compost, and so we've trended this long enough. We kind of know when these things are gonna happen.
So 2 measurements we do. I didn't include the data just for the sake of time. I figured we'd be here until 10 o'clock tonight if we had everything. But one thing we do is we'll send this compost in. You got to cheat these labs a little bit. You send your compost in as a soil. You'll run this compost as if it's a soil. So the Haney test, phenomenal way to figure out what your WEOC score is without them getting all pissy. Because if you tell them it's a compost, dude, they freak out. So slide it under the rug. Black box again.
Yeah.
The other thing you can do, we'll send this compost in as it's a soil to our New Age lab for water extracted organic nutrients. We can see what the percentage of soluble nutrients are in this. Write that down. That's tricks of the trade. This is free information. So it's free, take 2, Darren. Yes, sir.
I guess I'm still trying to understand like water soluble. You throw that in front of a lot of different things. Does that just mean like stuff that's water soluble is more readily available?
It moves with water. Water flows through, it's moving with water.
And so that's usually the #1 thing we care about because it's the easiest thing that we have access to.
Mass flow.
Yeah, and that, I mean, it's pretty much instantly plant available.
Yeah, yeah. If it can move with water, the plant can access it. That's the idea. Yes, sir.
So you guys are tracking a lot of your carbon. Are you utilizing CFA?
Like the biological testing, the one, I don't.
So who do you sell your spuds to?
McCain's, as well as we're a member of the Fresh Pack Shed.
So is Cisco buying any of your spuds?
Yeah.
So CFA is their cool farm alliance. It's the tool that's tracking all their carbon. Are you guys utilizing that on the farm?
We're not, I mean, we haven't,
I'm just curious because I know Redox is moving forward with carbon intensity scores, which are, I don't know if you guys are getting into any of that, but not like all nitrogen.
Yeah.
And
consult with our 2 McCain's representatives here.
Like all nitrogen, like all nitrogen isn't created the same thing with all carbon, so I'm just interested in what your carbon intensity score is based on the carbon products you're using.
it's got to be pretty low because redox bionutrients is a key component. We talk about products later, but I know in terms of carbon intensity, we're starting to look at that. That's been the last 2 years we've started down that road. So give us 5 more years, then we'll have a good discussion. That is a part of the 5-year, 6-year plan, is to figure out what's Blake's carbon intensity score for his crop.
Well, and that's the hard part is with the carbon intensity, I mean, we've looked at a lot of different models and that, and a lot of the analyzing tools, they all do it a different way. And so, which one's right? Don't know, we haven't looked enough into it to really dial it in, because it doesn't, for us, doesn't bring a whole lot to the table. That's why we focus on the WEOC and that, because that's a measurable number that's consistent across everywhere, and we can move that number. And
Well,
we know.
I see that being super valuable. I mean, as you start jumping into the stuff like SAI and all this stuff that's pushed out of the big corporate conglomerates, I mean, they're looking at this, and I see certain parts of it. I mean, the compost is a interesting part, because that would be a renewable, sustainable aspect of that, but just curious where you guys were at.
Absolutely. It's on our radar, but it's one of those new tools that we gotta go to the function, we gotta grow in the thing, so we've slow
Productivity versus soil health.
Yes. Thoughts or questions before yes, sir?
Is this map based on NDVI and soil grid mapping, or what is it based on?
Strictly in DVI.
Just
We
NDVI.
let the plants dictate where the productivity zones are looking at.
So there's no soil grid mapping at all?
No, we went down that road early on with the grids, 2.5 acre grids, and we went to Veris. We found the most consistency within what we saw actually in the field based on the zones, was what the plants told us.
The cool part with this, when we finally found this method, when we pulled the samples from the 5 zones, almost every field, you could have those 5 samples sitting there, and visually they were different. You could tell, okay, we hit it right, you know, because we could see physically see the differences in those zones, you know, just looking at the soil.
Yes, sir.
A little bit off topic here, but you know, you referenced NDVI several times. Is that just straight up NDVI, or is that, or are we talking a recipe on how, I trained NDVI, you know.
It's an algorithm.
Okay, that's what I'm
where
talking.
an EVI is weighted heavy in the algorithm. There's probably 7, 8 other variables. I don't know what they are.
Yeah, the people we contract with to build these maps for us,
We have their own recipe.
we don't know their full recipe, we just know it works.
Yeah, don't care to know. I don't know what I'll be looking at anyway. Yes, sir.
One more question, the composting applications, is it every 3 years, every year on every field? How does that work?
So it depends on the crop rotation. I've got a lot of different variability on my farm, so I've got one farm like where my shop and feedlot is. We're really tight on water up there, so there's about 900 acres there, and we can only grow typically 2 pivots of row crop up there. And so the rest of the time we're in typically either a wheat or a malt barley. So with the wheat and malt barley, we typically don't compost in front of those. We are getting enough built up that we may start doing that. But if we're growing corn, sugar beets, or potatoes, it's getting composted in front of that. So we might have some of our farms that, you know, they're getting composted 3 out of 5 years. And some of them are once in 4 years. Just depends on where we're physically at on our farm.
Okay, so shifting gears a little on the composting from the nutritional component to now maybe the mechanics of producing it. One thing we do, based on Blake's history and Brent's influence on actual turning the product into something high quality, we've run a number of biomakers tests. I mean, how many are familiar with biomakers? Just about everybody shaking their head. We'll run a biomakers test on the compost itself to identify what the biology profiles look like in the compost. Because again, you got 7.5 tons base rate versus some zones getting 17 ton. What that compost is going to have a dominant effect on the soil biology. And so we want to make sure that we've got the right biology, the right pathways upregulated, we have the right diversity of bacteria, to fungi, to protozoa. And so we'll pull these tests early on, and then with Blake's water truck, we can inoculate based on what our desired outcome is. And then Brent rolls in, he turns it 8, 10 times. I don't know, I lose track how many times he's there. Screen it, it's ready to go to the field. with all of the components we need to have a very functional product from a biological profile. So that's a critical piece that I think separates Blake from maybe others in terms of how he's manipulating compost for something more desirable.
Is there a piece that you don't manipulate?
No. If we can manage it, we're measuring it and we're freaking making it better. Yeah.
Right.
I've been at this for 30 years and I have, for most of those 30 years and 20 of them or more, people have looked at me cross-eyed and said, I told my partners at one point in time, I thought the manure, which is about 85% of what we do, 85 to 87% of what we do, dairymen are mislabeled, should be manure men, because we handle a whole lot more manure than we do milk. And I thought someday that that would be worth as much as the milk, and they thought I was absolutely crazy, still do to this day. And so basically, there were two things that happened in the world of compost. You in our neighborhood proved it faster, more efficient than anybody else that I ever dealt with, of what the results were, because of what you're discovering is faster than anybody I've ever worked with in this 30 years. The other thing is the Russian-Ukraine war sent fertilizer prices through the roof. So everybody started looking at compost. But what you're doing and influence neighbors to your detriment, by the way, because now you're competing for the compost that they now want because you proved it so well in your neighborhood.
Yes, we've created our own mess, but.
Yeah. Okay, Brent, thank you for that. The other side of compost we look at, I told you about biomakers. That's looking at the DNA sequence of everything that's been present, all the DNA. We also take and look at the compost under live microscopy. I always think of colonoscopy. No. Maybe.
Different animal.
Anyway, we use a lab out of Texas. The gal's named Andy Marsh. She runs a company called Rhizos. We just ship her the samples. She puts them under the microscope, tells us everything that's there on a live basis. And so she's been influential in helping us understand what ingredients we need to add to the compost to activate fungal spores or protozoa or what have you. So what Blake puts in by way of inoculant oftentimes is live microbes, but it's also other food sources to help activate what's here based on this report. So that's the other side of the compost management. Yeah. Let's roll. Oh yeah, this is cool. You guys like this. This is Blake's actual operation. He physically built that compost wagon, so his mechanical engineering degree paid off.
You spread all your own label.
Yes, we do now.
Figured the video would be a great way to break up the monotony of my crappy voice.
Great music selection.
Now we know we need to start a YouTube channel.
Just for you, Courtney, just for you.
Yeah, so compost is a huge part of our farm. Like Eric said, Brent has been integral in that. Brent used to spread for us and then we got using too much where he couldn't get there fast enough, so we built our own. But we will variable rate spread that, just depend on what nutrients those zones need. So that zone management is critical on our farm. and has made a huge difference. Jason?
Do you feel like the compost itself is a contributing factor of how you see your zones kind of coming together in uniformity?
Well, if you look at just the sheer poundage or volume of a product that goes on, you got water, that's number one by a long ways. And then sheer tonnage, your compost is your next thing besides your plant biomass. So, yeah, I mean, compost has been huge in leveling out those zones and evening them up. And we've got some data here in a little bit that will kind of show what we've been able to do within those zones because of this, as well as, you know, the other things that we're variable right here.
So Brent, Blake, help them understand, your gate is varying according to those zones. How are you doing it?
So mine's all off of chain speed. So the gate is at a fixed spot, which the spreader knows where that's at. And so the volume that can come out, and then it just varies the floor change speed depending upon zone. It runs a set of scales on it as well. And so we're still, the technology still isn't all the way there 100% yet. They said it would be, but it still isn't. So we're kind of flying by the seat of our pants, but we're able to check it with the scales and that and make sure that we're pretty close.
Okay, any other thoughts, questions on compost? We're to shift gears now. We're grabbing fifth gear.
Can I just ask one real quick? So I love compost, huge proponent. We see tremendous things nutritionally that happen when it's utilized. Carbon, biology, it all syncs up really nice. I love that. We were up at the potato conference this year in Washington as well, and they gave a presentation that talked about over the course of 4 years, they've been tracking soil metrics and things like that. One of the things that was a bit of a surprise is that it actually started increasing pH in the soil. Since you guys have been tracking that, have you noticed that same trend, or is that just unique to their area because of the pHs where they started there?
So if you look at that sample of the compost, it is a higher pH. So I mean, it is a function of it. Initially, when we started, we saw that start creeping up. Since we've been using some of our products, we've been able to kind of pull that back down and rectify that, if you will.
This compost on a percentage basis has quite a bit of bicarbonate in it, right? So if you can zero out some of that bicarbonate in the inoculant, that reduces some of that influence.
All farms, which I deal with hundreds, will do what you just described, unless you follow what they're talking about today through their additives, because it's not soluble enough to be uptaking, and so it will collect and rise. So most of those composts that you're seeing are from 9 and 8 pH. And if you continue to put them on without acidifiers like they're talking about, that progress that you're talking about will increase. And so a combination of green and brown carbon, a program of both, which is cover crops and compost, will help moderate that, but without these additives, they're missing the mark.
Right, so you're suggesting also that you'll continue to kind of build that material up if you don't break it down, basically. Well, so low biology soils are gonna struggle more.
You'll have to add the additives that they're doing or something equivalent in the compost and in your soils to make them plant available or soluble. This whole thing is based off of.
Okay, good comments. Thank you, guys. Darren?
Before we move on, would you
Yes,
like
sir.
to share with everyone your thoughts on just spraying raw manure?
No, I wouldn't.
Black box.
Yeah.
What specifically would you like to know about ramen?
Here's my number one complaint about raw
I
manure.
just heard your thoughts before.
You notice that picture that we showed of the compost was getting screened, okay? You've got everything known to man that is in manure by way of concrete blocks, syringes, needles, baling twine, you name it. I don't want it on my field. So that's my number one, and we'll leave it at that.
And not have a full snap-on tool set from manure sources. Biggest thing about raw manure versus compost, raw manure tends to have a rapid nitrogen release. Well, compost is a lot smoother over time and a lot more predictable. Raw manure hits fast, hot and heavy. You've got to be able to manage the free ammonium level that comes with raw manure. If you can't manage the free ammonium, your plants suffer.
Manure spreads a lot better though. Just kidding.
You didn't watch the video very good, did you?
One of the other diagnostics that we use is pretty critical is just soil diagnostics in terms of soil temperature and water moisture. We use Soil Tech Wireless as a beacon to measure volumetric water and soil temp. Because here's some of the charts. This was put in the ground here back in March. You can see what the temperature's doing. We're starting to increase a little bit. We really use a lot of that data to start gauging when we actually start planting. And so we just go bury that dude, flag it so he doesn't tear it up with his tillage tools or planter. And it gives us some good in-season diagnostics of what the seed's gonna be placed into at the time of planting.
And yes, we have lost a few.
Yeah.
How deep are you putting those?
Usually on those about 6 inches. This particular application, Shiloh, is placed to understand what the seed profile is gonna be, where the seed's going. Later season, we'll put them about 6 to 8, 6 to 10.
Usually we try and, like on potatoes and that, about seed depth. Beets, we'll usually try and get the top of them about 4 inches under. Just to kind of gauge what's actually happening at that level.
We like Soil Tech, it's very affordable. There's some of these moisture probes that cost you $1,800 for a probe, and this one's like 500 or something. And so you actually, at this price, you actually put multiple in each field, and we'll do that based on the zones. See, some of like zones will vary from a 13 cc to a 22. There's different water holding qualities to each of those profiles, so we'll put these in those zones to be able to manage what the water load is throughout the season. So
the other nice thing too with those is a little plug for them. If you're a potato grower, they're also a bruise measurement, and they work very well. We've ran them through our harvesting equipment as well as at the cellar, been able to diagnose where our bad drops are. But like Jared said, it's very affordable. You pull them out at the end of the year, recharge them, pull them back in again. So.
Are you guys using them for CO2 monitoring in the field or anything?
I have a couple that do measure CO2. Yeah. They get treated extra special. We're not sure what the data means yet, but we've got 3 years of collection. Just waiting for somebody really smart. Maybe you're the guy.
When it comes to data accumulation, I am not the guy.
I volunteered and these are my witnesses. I'll hold them to it. Yes, thank you. Did it now. Yeah, we gotta understand what it actually means, because I will tell you this, in terms of CO2, we've had that sensor in there and it's steady, and then we'll make a foliar application of a nutritional or some sort of biological, and all of a sudden you see a spike. And then it tails down, and we can repeat that with every application we make through the airplane. We don't know what it entirely means, but it's cool.
Burning question, can you quantify the 24-hour photorespiration cycle with the earth taking a breath and the microbial expression of that in the morning? Do you see an up and down when the microbial activity with it?
It's minuscule.
I think it's so small. I don't know very many sensors that I guess would be affordable to be able to accurately measure that. And maybe we just don't have the right methodology for it. But yeah, trying to see that, you'll see it in the water, but the CO2 it isn't there yet.
You know, off the top of your head, like when you said you make an application, you see a bump, like do you have a number off the top of your head where you see it go to above static atmosphere?
So it's like, I think it's like 33 is the numbers in my head, and it bumps to like 47. That's kind of where that's kind of been common numbers. I'd say it's a little vague in my mind, but yeah, it bumps to 47 and then it trickles down pretty quick.
Do you see it spike too with pivot passes? With the irrigation, does it?
Not at all. It's weird. That's why we're still, so I didn't put any, it's really.
Yeah, we're still deciding on that.
Okay, so shifting gears, we gotta speed this up. You guys are getting a little sleepy. Lunch is on its way in about 40 minutes. What we're gonna do now is go through our microbial profiling, what we do to measure soil microbial presence for decision making. So my invitation, any questions? ask them if we have to. Okay. These are the labs we use for our microbial profiling, rhizos, biomakers, trace genomics, pattern ag. Won't show much of our pattern ag info. Brent's back there taking pictures. Sorry. So every field, we don't do it every year. We felt like we tested early on, we've got some good guidelines of where we were at. We didn't see a lot of major changes, minute changes. So here we sit. This is what we like about the biomakers test, is it gives us an idea of what our fungal to bacterial ratio is. I was in the Midwest this winter doing a presentation and a guy comes up and he says, hey, look at this biomakers. Well, his fungal to bacterial ratio is 1 to 17,000. And he said, yeah, I can't break a yield barrier. I'm stuck at 280 bushel. I can't get past it. What's more fertilizer, nothing's happening. So we do look at the imbalance in bacteria or fungi. Versus Blake, check this out. We're a 1 to 8 ratio. Right there. The goal is 1 to 1. We're getting there. The early test on this farm, we was like 1 to 210. That's about the highest we saw. So our goal is to get that 1 to 1, so we're moving in that direction. Yeah.
That's a really good number.
Yeah, please. So, no offense to Blake, but he's a traditional sod buster. If there's tillage involved, he's tilling. And so to have this kind of a number under some of the heavy tillage we have to do for potato prep, that's incredible. So we're totally thrilled that we've got to that level. Now, not every farm's this way. We have some a little higher and some actually a little tighter. He's got 2 fields that are at a 1 to 2 ratio. So we're thrilled to be able to have this type of testing method to benchmark where we're at. And that's what this is all about, is just the benchmarking the parameters.
And I think that's one thing that's important to show on this is, I mean, we, through the years, I mean, we've tried to decrease tillage as much as we can, but any of you that grow potatoes, there's X amount that has to be done, no matter what, that has to happen. Anybody that says they can grow no-till potatoes, I'm gonna kick you out the door because you're full of it. In Idaho, there's no possible way to do it. That's how it is. I know. But yes. So we've been able to cut a few passes out on it, but we still, there's still kind of a baseline deal that we have there. Our corn, our sugar beets, we've gone to the strip till deal, which has cut a lot out. Our grain, we've been able to trim out. We bought a new drill a year ago. That's kind of it's not a no-till drill, but kind of a high-speed drill that'll handle more residue on that. And so, I mean, to me right now, I don't know that we have another spot that we can take another pass out. I don't think there's a possibility. But with that much tillage, we're still able to hit this. And I think, I don't want us to sound like salesmen, but it is product driven. The products have got us where we're at. And we don't have the luxury of the 6 and 8 organic matters that they have in the Midwest. We're going to try and get there, but it just doesn't happen in Idaho on its own. So I think that's one big takeaway is, we may be on the rotation considered minimum till, but there is still plenty of tillage done. Brent?
Many years ago, when I went to learn composting from the Mennonites, Midwest Biosystems, Edwin Blauser, anybody in the compost world knows that he is the most hands-on. How they taught me in fungal dominated high humic compost would be following all the parameters you're talking about, less bacteria, more fungal, and how to do that is kind of expensive and people aren't willing to pay for it yet. But when fungal is destroyed easily in tillage that you're talking about, it also grows back incredibly fast when it has the right environment. When I looked at that underneath their microscopes, it grows absolutely almost before your eyes. It can grow back fast. So for you to get to that number, I suppose you treated the soils with the additives and maybe the compost too. I think all of those things, I don't know how many things were in there, but when you get the right environment, that fungal number can move fast and come back.
Just for your info, this data was in 2021. We'll resample this spring to see where we've moved to. So
and the reason Jared talks about on the biomakers that we don't do it that often, they're a very long test. They take 45 to 60 days to get the results back. So it's not one that you can go run out and grab and expect to do something about it right now. You've got to plan ahead for it and kind of be ready for it.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, you had a question?
I was wondering if you test for the fungal at different times of the year, just hearing what he said about how fast it would grow, like it makes sense that like, depending on when you added your product or whatever it might be.
In fact, in 3 slides, I'll start showing you some of that info. In my mind, I like it. So this is what we like about Biomakers. Biomakers gives us an idea of what kind of biology is in the soil and what contribution they're gonna have to the overall functionality of the crop. So if you look at this, this is microbes that are associated with hormone production. Cytokinin, auxin, gibberellin. Those are your 3 primary growth hormones. In this situation, lake soil is pretty balanced between auxin and cyto. If we ever get these lopsided, we're gonna have kind of some erratic growth. You may have too much root growth or too much canopy growth. We want balance. The ideal balance we shoot for is a 2 to 1 to 1. 2 parts cytokinin to 1 auxin to 1 gib. So keep that ratio, we get proportionate growth all the time. So having this test early on helps us determine what hormones we may need to add to the program to keep this balanced out. So, right or wrong, I'm a synthetic hormone guy, loved them for 17 years, I'm not gonna quit loving them. So.
The thing about synthetic hormones is they are consistent all the time. Some of your natural ones, this jug might do this and this jug might do that, and they're not consistent, but that's kind of why he says synthetic hormones, because we know exactly what they're gonna do every single time.
So, next. Here's the other side of the biocontrol, biopathways. We look at exopolysaccharide production. That's for microbes that produce sugars that are glues that glue soil aggregates together, gives you that soil structure. That's what we're sitting there with exopoly. We got ACC deaminase, that's microbes associated with stress mitigation. We've got a low incidence. Our plants may not have a biological profile that can help them overcome stress, so we need to manage the stress. You've got ABA right here, that's a terminator. That's the hormone that terminates the plant in the year. You look at it, it's pretty high. You've got a lot of microbes that have the potential to pre-ripen that plant. We've got to manage that. And the way we manage this is with the other growth hormones, cyto, auxin, and gib. And so this all comes together for very comprehensive agronomic management. So salt tolerance, siderophore, that's your iron. If you struggle with iron in your soil, you look at the siderophores. You know, we have low levels, but every one of these metrics has a meaning agronomically. The other side of biomakers, they'll profile your soil for diseases, predetermine what diseases might be present. So very low risk in this particular field of common scab, very low fusarium, pink eye, fusarium. Those are the ones detected. These are all the ones tested for, but not detected. And so if you did have these would show up in this category. So biomakers is one way to test for your pathogen load before the crop's ever grown.
So mind you, this is from 21, but we feel very good about this because the program that we've been running up to this point has kind of cleaned up our soil, if that makes sense, from those diseases and that. And we're going to talk a lot about that here as we go along.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I apologize if you covered this and I didn't hear it, but how are you sampling for these? Are you just doing like a grid sample on the field?
In furrow, right where the seed's placed. This is in proximity to the seed.
And you're taking like a bunch of samples in the field, or is it just one sample you send?
It's like 30 or 40, but we'll take the dominant zones. We haven't gone to individual zone sampling on this because these are like $300.
Yeah, they are not cheap. And so
we take what we think will be the highest risk zone and sample it based on CEC. If we're high CEC or a little clay, high texture, this is where we sample. Yeah. So the other side of biomakers, they give you the nutritional pathways. What will the microbes contribute to the plant in terms of mineral nutrition? Measure the carbon, the nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. We all rank pretty medium right here. But each one of these individual elements has a value, has a meaning. And so we predetermine if we're going to have microbes that consume more nitrogen than they give up, That's all right here. If they're solubilizing phosphate or consuming phosphate, it's all right here. We know what the microbes are gonna do. Will they be a formidable opponent to the plant? That's what this is predicting. And so then we know what we may have to do to maximize the biology, but feed the plant. So this is all super valuable as well. Additionally, though, look at the micronutrients. In terms of the nutritional pathways that promote iron, copper, and magnesium, super low. Guess what's interesting about this? These are the three elements that has everything to do with nitrogen assimilation. You want nitrate to become protein in your plant, you need those three elements.
So the other interesting part is if we do nothing, these show up exactly on our sap samples that we are deficient in iron, copper, magnesium. So with all these samplings, they all tie together and they all jive, which is kind of the beautiful part about this system is each one feeds the other but they all say the same thing.
Yeah.
Basically.
So with this information, I'm sure you'll get there as we talk products in your application, making a recommendation, but does this tie directly to your product input selection and that strategy in addressing, any fungicidal related issues or nutrient related issues?
100%, because the thing is we're not just counting on one thing. So I mean, we've got the biomakers test, but then we also have our soil samples. When they are saying the same things, then it's like, okay, we definitely have got to address these issues and we've got to choose products that are going to take care of these things. That's the only way you're going to take care of it. Otherwise, it's not just going to magically show up.
So in terms of Blake getting to his accomplishments of no fungicides, no insecticides, it comes back to this functionality right here. So think about this culturally. We apply a lot of nitrogen up front before the crop's planted. We apply a lot of nitrogen before the crop's emerged. Well, guess what happens if you don't have these tools to assimilate all that nitrogen, the pounds to the ground that we put out?
Now, one disclaimer, when he says we, that's not me and him in general.
He did say culturally.
Yes, culturally.
He didn't say
Yes, you did, but I was just making sure everybody understood.
I heard you say that, so.
Just clarify.
Anyway, so this is the value of this type of test. Is it just gives you that upfront diagnostics of, guys, you better focus on those elements in your in-furrow management, upfront management, and in the first 15 days of crop growing, these better be a priority for your input selection. So next, any questions on that? That wraps up biomakers. Yes, ma'am.
Get those three elements from the typical soil test for your product.
No, any soil test will measure those elements, yeah. This is just showing what the microbes will contribute. It's specific to the microbial pathways of what they'll upregulate for the plant. Indicating that they were super low, so you can't count on the microbes to give us much of that initially. Yeah, so we need to supplement it. Yeah, yes, sir, Tom.
Hesitate whether to ask this or not. So back to your last slide there where you've got genetic expression that's deficient for certain. Are you guys addressing that microbially? Are you realize we got this black box here that is now fit Garrington, that are you guys doing microbial inputs to solubilize those nutrients? Specific.
So we're doing both. We're doing biological as well as available products. Actual EDTA. No, sorry.
We gotta rewind.
My term, sorry. We'll apply micronutrients as needed, as well as biologically the right products to get that system kickstarted.
But Tom, we'll take in manufacturing, that's what I do at Rocky Mountain Agronomics. We optimize nutritional solutions. We'll integrate the biology into the mineral. Number one, we'll run the right chelation, MEA or amino acid type chelation that's conducive to biological growth. So you almost get a biological nutrient reaction with the way we manufacture. So there's that part of the equation.
And we'll talk about a lot of that.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Have you done the Regen Ag Lab, PLA?
No, we never have.
Is that similar to in your understanding?
My opinion is it's so finicky. It can change with soil moisture, soil temperature, environment. It's really erratic. This is looking at the DNA. Not necessarily looking at the microbe itself, it's DNA of past, present, and projection of what the future is. Yeah, so Biomakers profiling what, 4 million? 4 or 5? Maybe it's 10 million now. They just had a new update. It's like 10 million different species. So it's all DNA driven. Now shifting gears to trace genomics, this is why I like trace. I believe they're much better at disease profiling. If you're looking at pathogens, you've got to go to trace because they're looking not only at DNA, but some to a degree of live microbes, live organisms. So one question for you to think rhetorically, or you can shout it out now, is disease a limiting factor on your farms? Most of the case it is. So look at this. I love this picture because look at this Fusarium spore, sporulates, grows your hyphae. Well, guess what? If your plant's not healthy enough, here comes the hyphae that blows into this plant root for infection. It all happens just like this. So unless you're managing these steps, disease is going to be a limiting factor. And so that's why we do these tests to predetermine what kind of influence we're going to have on Fusarium, for example. These are all Blake's farms with a few others from the valley included just for reference. But this is a rented farm Blake picked up here a couple years ago. Look at the Fusarium load compared to the rest of Blake's farms.
And this sample was taken in the fall when we took possession of that field. So we knew, okay, this is what we've got to deal with. So we've got to account for this through the growing season.
Yeah, so here's Fusarium graminearum. You guys know the implications of it. Look at verticillium wilt. And back to your question right here. This is why we sample multiple times throughout the season. Look at verticillium wilt in May. Pretty low incidence. But by July, we're on the rise. Versus our rented farm, it's already a much higher level in that July timeframe. So you can kind of compare his farm versus rented ground and what the implications might be based on disease profiling. This has been very important for us in getting to where we're at today with the elimination of tools. Yes, sir.
Okay, on verticillium specifically here, have you looked, or your dates are almost correlate with the GDU timings for like root knot nematode populations. Have you looked at that nematode populations in relation to the verticillium incident going through the season? Have you seen a correlation? Once we hit 750 GDUs, things start to hop, 1500, the root blows off.
So the nematode deal is interesting. So back when we used to vapam, telone, you know, we would sample the field in fall, see what we had, apply said product, you know, accordingly. Next time we'd come back around there, that nematode population, if it had changed, it actually went up. Well, so then we get going how we're going, we eliminate our fumigants, and we start pulling these nematode samples and they're dropping to now where there's very little there. So we've changed the dynamic in that, you know, we call it competitive exclusion. If there's enough good guys, they're out competing the bad guys, you don't have the problem. So that trend in season, we just don't see a whole lot of nematode in our fields anymore.
Excellent questions, thank you. Look at alternata blight. Blake's Farms, pretty minimal, both testing times, May and July, not gonna be a threat. Rented ground, guess what? The red line is a national benchmark. As we add more and more samples into our local geography, this benchmark adjusts based on your local geography, FYI. So I think it takes 250 samples to have an adjustment. So you're talking thousands of samples before you see this really come into refinement for our area. But one more black scurf. You guys all know it. Look at the whole farm look. You know, we got just varying degrees of black scurf presence. Good to know. If we need to manage it, we're gonna. Look at the whole farm now. You got dry rot, black scurf, verticillium wilt. This gives us the parameters of what we're going to encounter. What's the plant going to face as time goes on? Gives us the timeline of which we're going to have to do our management. So this becomes a very critical component to overall plant health, overall functionality of how we make our decisions. So questions, comments, concerns, if you have any concerns, take it up with Jason in the back. He's currently the complaint department. Anyway, good to see you, Paul.
So, and kind of back to your question, you know, about the seed treating and that and what we, I mean, using this has helped us know, okay, what good guys do we need on that seed? What are they gonna encounter? And we will tweak our mix that's going on our seed treat accordingly to what these are saying. Brent.
So a little bit more specific, if you don't mind, what are you gonna do about that pink line? What did you tweak? What did you do? How did it come out?
So once again, that was a fall, you know, a fall sample. So I mean, we hit it hard with the biological products in the fall. We did not see disease issue in that field from it. You know, but it is, we hit it higher in the fall than we normally do on our other fields, just because we knew it was there. And then, you know, we went along with our regular program of our in-furrow. We did spike our in-furrow in that year with the higher biological population, or, you know, just a higher rate of the biological products in furrow. And
so you just inoculated and outpopulated.
Exactly.
Right.
It's a game of numbers.
So that's strategy number one. Strategy number two is the use of redox bionutrients technology in terms of what it can do to upregulate the immune system of the plant. So there's that other side of the equation that we really haven't even talked about today. It's how do we turn on the defense mechanisms of the plant? And with the redox technology, we can do that. We do it very effectively. So biology on one end, plant defense on the other, we've got a win-win combination.
Well, and the beauty of those two systems is they feed off each other and work together instead of antagonizing each other. And so one and one doesn't equal two, it equals about 7 sometimes. So
Worthy of note, Biomakers, I've just showed you just a couple disease ideas. Biomakers profiles 250 known pathogens. I think we've got 37 here profiled that we could scroll through each one and see where the rank is. I've just given you just a few. Their dashboard's very interactive, gives you that opportunity to compare this to that, what have you. But there's a lot more disease that we've profiled behind the scenes that we're just not showing today for the sake of our time. But any other thoughts or questions? We're gonna kind of transition now. Yes, sir, Brett.
Maybe you don't want to call it out, but what was prior management on that field with Big Pink Line?
Just conventional standard. Heavy fumigation, irrigation.
yeah, we were a one and done. We got it rented to 1 year, grew spuds on it.
I'll just make a quick statement here because I've been debating whether to pipe up or not. I used to be a custom applicator. I used to be one of those guys that did the tell on everything. In 2014, with the rain that we had here and all the head scab, remember the vomitoxin, my brother and I realized as we made our run that fall, that everybody we fumigated for had a far worse problem with the infection. And that kind of sent me down a path to doing a lot of what I do now. But it's interesting with the trace genomics stuff, back when they first started a few years ago, before they were as good as they are now, we were doing some of this stuff on the engine bench looking at this. And I mean, the pink rod up there is their big scare. That's Phytophthora erythroseptica. The fields that were fumigated in the fall, if you go to the couple we did there, fumigated versus non-fumigated, your Phytophthora population would be much higher. And I was at a biological conference in California about 1.5 years ago, and there was he's actually a manufacturer, goes to Nature Defying Biology. And I brought this up with him, long story short as possible here. And he said that, well, he's never looked at that exact scenario, but he says, I can tell you in a situation like that with a heavy fumigation like that, he says, the first microbe that's going to come back, first population will be Phytophthora. And everybody in the room heard my jaw hit the table because this is the Egypt bin. And he explained that Phytophthora is actually a foundational microbe. That's one of the first ones nature sends back in because it is so good at tearing things apart and creating food sources for the microbes and those. So we're just reversing what nature has done with a lot of this. So we're killing everything and taking it back to a foundational level, and we just keep resetting this every time.
No, you hit the nail on the head, and that's what we've seen is, I mean, the disease pressure has dropped because it's not bad that the bad guys are there. it's bad that the good guys aren't there. And that's the problem is everything is so out of balance. That when it's in balance, everybody's happy, nobody's attacking anybody, is good.
Yeah.
But that's the problem is it knocks it out of balance so far that all there is bad guys and there's nothing for them to feed on other than plant.
It's interesting too, there's enough guys I work with around the country are doing this stuff with trace now that we're realizing that whatever you do doesn't really affect the pathogen population in your soil. It stays pretty consistent all the time, but it's the decisions and the practices that we do that affect the beneficial population. You can move the good guys a long ways. And it's just when we get to a point, again, the battle of the numbers here, that we get below a threshold that kind of pathogens take over. Regardless of what you're doing or you think you're doing with conventional, your pathogen numbers are pretty consistent all the time. They don't really change.
Okay, yes, sir, Paul.
So if you go in the fall and you do your test, and how much more could you pay for a field per acre if the levels were down below the benchmark versus above? And how do we start transitioning this? You know, I know your history pretty well. How do we transition into educating landowners? So put that to a dollar value. How is it $100 an acre more? Is it $50 an acre more? Is it
I'll tell you the predicament I'm in right now. I can't find anybody that's even willing to talk to rent me ground. I mean, renting ground right now south of Burley is almost impossible. Just, it isn't there. And so I'd love to get in a bidding war even, to be able to have the opportunity to get in a bidding war would be great. But that's what we're dealing with out here, is that it just, there aren't options.
But if it's a baseline and $800,000 an acre, $1,200 an acre for potato ground, and you found the sweet pivot, can you compete at $1,200 an acre because they don't know what they've got?
I think you can.
Yeah.
But answering for Blake, he not wanting to pay a dime more than he absolutely has to for the rent side. But economically, yeah, he's not gonna fumigate. That's $250 an acre. He's got $150 of fungicides, probably not gonna be in there, gone. Now we're at $350. These numbers become real fast, which is his advantage where he knows how to play this game. So we don't want to educate everybody, Paul.
Just the ones that Blake can rent from.
I'm getting there, bro.
If you know anybody.
Yeah, yeah. But I like your thinking, Paul. That's smart. And we've did dialogue and debate on that forever. It's like, okay, what is this really? So last tidbit of data collection. See, we just spent 2 hours talking about just the data collection. Now, after you guys are committed to like 4 o'clock, just get in your head. You're staying here.
Oh yeah, when I woke up this morning, I was.
So one question I want to ask you, do you guys in your management, do you consider the past historical data? The last time Blake rented potatoes 4 years ago, or run potatoes in a field, do we consider that data or do we omit it, just move on because it's a new year, new system, new everything? Do you guys consider the historical data?
Depends on the farmer. Some of them are considered the historical data, and that's what they do every year.
Right, it's a blanket, yeah.
Field bill even.
Yeah. So there's a two-edged sword, and I knew when I wrote that question that would hopefully come up, that this is two-sided. One, let's just do it the same thing we did 5 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever. Or are you actually letting the data, the diagnostics of the soil tests, the petiole analysis, the SAP, the trace genomics data, are you letting all that information fuel your decision-making from the past to go forward?
And I think part of this too is if you continue to do the same thing, you're not gonna have any different results. And so then those historical numbers aren't gonna be squawk, because they're exactly the same as what you are today. And so you've got the total opposite end of the spectrum of, you know, we're the same because we've continued to do the same. And then the ones that are trying to improve, you do it to benchmark, okay, how far have we come? What was the challenges that we had in this field at this time? Are those still present? What do we do about them? Did we accomplish that, addressing those the first time or not? And so, I mean, it's, you've got the whole spectrum of situations that you're dealing with in this, talking about that.
So, yes, sir, Brad.
Well, go ahead. This one could be at the end.
Yeah, so how do you guys feel about all this data you're gonna start to collect?
That's partly what the question is.
Good question. Yes, sir. Did you guys ever felt that the data is so overwhelming, you kind of create your own, analysis paralysis?
Every year.
So here's the thing. 5 years ago, yes, because the data was conflicting, because the data was wrong. Because of some of the data where we were getting it from was wrong. Now, with who we're with, all the data ties together and it plays off each other and it coincides. So now, because we have the right data, it makes perfect sense and it steers us in the direction we need to go.
So that kind of ties into what my question was gonna be is, for my job, going out and speaking to growers that maybe would want to do this, or when you start talking to them, this is heavy, intensive management, time consuming.
It's time consuming for him.
Yeah, well, I guess that question was like, so I go out to this farmer and I'm talking to him about what you guys are doing, and he's overwhelmed. He's like, I don't have time for this. My management works right now. How do you combat that? How do you justify that, not justify the time, but how do you handle the intense amount of data that you're collecting?
So the interesting piece about Blake, this, what you guys just witnessed is a culmination of what, 13 years to get to this spot. I take it back with new customers that want to play ball here. I take it back 5 years. Pick one or two things that they're willing to do, uncomfortable to do, and that they trust me to do. There's that part of it too. And then you start building from there. Because everybody, this is a learning deal. We could be 15 days of education on every one of these principles we've discussed. But you got to start with what they're willing to do first and then build from there.
The other piece of that too is there's not, you name the retailer, name the salesman, he doesn't know about this stuff. So the farmer goes to them and they're like, what's that? How do we get around that ball?
Absolutely. So after lunch, we're going to give you the recipe to probably 3 major applications that you could implement today that will help you get on this framework, on this path, and be successful right out of the gate. We're going to give you that free of charge. Thanks for Redux for lunch. But anyway, so you got to be all hands on deck after lunch. This one is going to get really important. So, but anyway, that's our game plan, is to give you some recipes for success. So there's a couple of questions.
And I think one thing too, Brad, this grant deal is gonna help a bunch, because if, the question always is, how do I know this is gonna work? Or what if it doesn't work? Well, if you're getting paid to try it, then maybe you'll try it, and so I think that plays into it a little bit, where we were kind of, running naked out there. We hope this is gonna,
And bring your current salesman consultant along with you so that he's learning through the process as well.
Yeah.
To that point, most growers in meetings, they're going to meetings over the winter. It's always the same meetings. They're learning about chemistry. They're never learning anything new like this. So there's never anything new that they know how to do.
it's about what's the new fungicide. That is what most growers are going to find out about.
Yeah, no, I like your point, Shadows. Yes, sir, we had a question.
What Blake just said a minute ago is, I think it's spot on. So I work for the NRCS, been doing, talking about this kind of stuff for a lot of years now. This is blowing me away, and what caught my attention, what you just said, I think answers the question you started out with, data management, right? And all the data that we get. What I see, the complaint I get is, we do something, we get some data, they don't know what to do with the data, this data conflicts with that data, they do this, and it screws up this data, and nothing ever meshes. And all they see is chaos. What you're showing here, it really is blowing me away, because just what you said, this affects this, we can predict what's gonna happen over here by what's happened here. And this backs up this, and this tells us to go here, and when we do this, everything else lines up, and we start seeing a correlation. All of a sudden, we are convincing ourselves our confidence level is going up, because we even have a handle on it. We're ahead of the curve, we're ahead of the learning, because we know where we're going. We may not know what the result's gonna be exactly, but we know we're gonna get a result, and we're looking for that result, and it's happening, right? And I think that's the biggest thing. A lot of producers, they see this chaos, all these different tests and all these different values. But nothing ever comes together, and they can't tie it back to the one thing, which is what you brought up as well, or maybe you did, is it is the bottom line, it's the bottom dollar for you, right? It's a business, and you have got to make money on it. And it comes back to, it's hard to quantify soil health unless you've got this stuff, but really, soil health is only quantified by what you put in the bank. I mean, really, honestly, that's what comes back.
Exactly. Well, next thing, I mean, off the top of your head, how many labs have we been through in
14.
14 labs, okay? I mean, and the problem with the lab is, I mean, you've got to give them 2 years to really know what they've got or don't have. So, I mean, you know, it's not an overnight deal. You get one sample back, oh, they're wrong. It just doesn't work that way. So, I mean, we've honed and refined and, you know, kicked plenty out because they promised one thing that wasn't there, or, you know, whatever it may be. That's the thing. Yeah, it didn't happen overnight.
There's been 2 books in my life that have been super influential in helping us understand the why. Where we've been, where we're at today. First and foremost is this book right here. Management of Diseases with Macro and Micro Elements. This dude was written, I can't remember, 1990. 1990, this dude was launched. If you read this sucker, you'll find that this is the first ever publication on regenerative ag. Truly is. So what this book is, it's a compilation of all these different case studies of how scientists use mineral nutrition to control a disease, or pathogens, or some sort of a plant dysfunction. This book, a little history about it, it caused a lot of turmoil within the scientific community because there were so many ideas or hypotheses of how to do things. This book really forced people to question why, what the heck. So the unanimous decision was made. There's a big society, agronomy society created because of this book. And they unanimously decided we need one complete compilation text that takes everything that's in this book coupled with new information. And guess what, guys? Because of this book, we got the launch of this dude right here. Mineral Nutrition and Plant Disease. And so a lot of your authors here were the inspiration for this guy. If you go on Amazon today, there's 3 copies available. Good luck getting it.
Is that the $100 one, or is that the other? That one?
This one was like 170. I can't remember what this one is. Super cool. So this. It's paperback. I'm worried it's paperback. Got some secret notes written in here.
Is it legible?
Yeah.
It's in shorthand.
It's all coded, dude. It's all coded up. But anyway, this was an inspirational book to me. This became a very inspirational and practical application book. And so I'd encourage all of you in the agronomy game, farmer game, this needs to be a companion to the Bible. Latter-day Saint to the Book of Mormon. It needs to be right there in the middle. Okay, so. Anyway. Yeah.
The lightning hasn't come yet.
Get that. It's great, it's funny. I'll trade you. No.
Okay, so now what we're gonna do, yeah.
There's actually a brand new addition to mineral nutrition and plant disease that
Good
was
afternoon.
just introduced.
That's what Trey said, and he said he's quoted it. I'm gonna go by it to see if he's really full of crap or if there's truth to what
Gets
he's
commission on it. Amazon gets a point or two or something. He hasn't shared that with the rest of the team.
I always play full retail plus 10% and he's getting commission on the sale.
Kickback.
Okay, so the next, I think, how much time are you guys willing to spend?
All day.
All in favor of all day? Yeah, all in favor of 2 more hours? Ever? There's half of you, all in favor of 1 hour.
Who wants to go home right now?
I think we can wrap up in about 1.5 hours, everything from here out. So what we're gonna roll now is the practical application of how to take the data and put it to work. And so we're gonna give you some of the recipe, but we're gonna tell you the most influential applications that you can make on your farm today that will make a true difference, okay? Starting out in the fall, that's when you start this process. Starting in the fall with post-harvest residue management. And that's probably the most critical piece of the puzzle. Mr. Brad.
Are you finding that you're less and less reliant on that as your fungi to bacteria ratio changes? No, okay.
This is a very critical step every year, year after year after year. Let me show you why.
Okay.
So, and Blake and I, and Jason included, we sat down, we summarized, okay, if we had to pick basically 3 applications that we would never sacrifice ever, these, what we're gonna take now is the 3 applications. So this post-harvest residue management, step number 1. If you look at the disease cycle of any of these diseases that we work with, whether it's Fusarium, Rhizoctomy, any white mold, any above ground disease, think of this cycle. You get the growing crop, you have the disease infestation on the residue. Residue's harvested, stays in the field, becomes a habitat for the disease. Okay? And this cycle just becomes more and more vicious as time goes on. So,
Well, and I think too, like to Tom's comment earlier, the bad guys keep getting resupplied. And if we're not resupplying the good guys, you know, but this cycle plays exactly into what you're saying.
yeah, so it's truly the gift, not the good gift that keeps on giving. So the strategy is this, check this out. This came out just a couple days ago. Blake sent this to me. If you look at, this is published by Bayer about white mold. Look at what they say here. The white mold pathogen overwinters in the soil as sclerotia, which can remain viable for 5 years. Then look what Bayer says up here on the next page. The pathogen overwinters as sclerotia in the soil or infested crop residue. Theory is, unless you break that cycle in the fall, biological inoculant, you got to deal with these consequences. Yeah. So if you look at our benchmarks here on white mold in the soil, you know, very little. Churchistine has a lot. That was our #1 step we deployed on when Blake rented that farm, was a fall management. We took a wild guess because that was already started a standard program practice. But this is the why. This is the why you have to manage the disease in the fall with the residue. Even cutting and baling the straw, hauling the straw off, hauling the wheat residue off, whatever, you still have the root. You still have that little jag of residue that's the habitat and harbor for the disease.
Well, we've still got all the spores that have hit the ground. I mean, they're, you know, as soon as that combine went through, if there's disease there, all it did was blow it everywhere.
Yep. So we take a corn crop, show you some residue here. So we take corn residue, wheat residue, potato residue, sugar beet residue. We treat every residue that's produced on Blake's farm.
So every field on my entire farm is treated all. Don't matter what it's going to, what it's been, it is getting a treatment. We'll tweak that treatment depending on the residue load that's there. You know, we've got some cellulose degraders that we might spike up, like if we're following a grain corn crop, that will spike that rate. just because we know we're dealing with a large amount of residue to process. But it's always the same products, we play with the recipe in there, depending on what we're dealing with.
So some things we look at that you guys can all look at too is look at this debris. This is corn residue. You look at the red colors, the grays, the blacks, there's a little bit of purple and some hot pinks on occasion. These become the visual indicators that your biology is working. If you don't see these types of indicators in your farm, maybe there's an opportunity for new diversity to help with the residue management. And so I take a good look at those colors. The colors of the debris is the indicator.
Now, one thing that's interesting about this too, that Jared kind of referenced earlier, so, or when do we typically thrash corn?
November, December.
November, okay? A lot of times it's froze by then. This is 20 to 30 days post-application, Thanksgiving, them bugs are still at work. So the old adage of, you know, biology is no good in the wintertime, baloney.
Back to his point, here's a picture post-harvest. You can see the amount of debris that's there versus what the soil looks like post-planting in the spring.
So that's a potato crop that went in, and granted, yes, I mean, we did some tillage passes on that, but it's not like we did 8 passes. We didn't flail shred. We went in and we hit it with a chain harrow. We dished it twice, we DMI'd it, planted. Okay, so I mean, not a huge amount. That's usually one more disc pass than what we'll do on a non-corn rotation.
So in our thinking, that breaking the disease cycle is the #1 reason why you treat your residue. Most of the industry focuses on the nutritional component of what's in that residue. We're the opposite. Nutrition is the secondary benefit from breaking the disease cycle. That's where focus on the disease cycle. That's the ticket to success. But in this particular crop right here, we figured there's about 3 tons of residue out there, which contributes to that kind of a nutritional profile that becomes somewhat of your slow releasing nutrient. And so when you consider the nutrient Blake gets from compost, you get this type of a nutritional release. He's got a lot of nutrition cycling on his farm that diminishes his need for me. I'm kind of working myself out of a job in the agronomy world. Might be a point where he doesn't need supplemental commercial fertilizer. We can work with everything that's on farm with the use of compost. So, yes, sir.
Do you ever see like a threshold, like I grow barley irrigated, and I've now looked at, oh, maybe I should be doing, like, we don't want to bail off our straw, but I'm trying to do a no-till situation, and like talking with Pat, he's like, you gotta bail off your straw. But like, is there like a certain threshold where it's like, you're not gonna get enough breakdown in order to do that no-till in the spring? Like, is there like for example, I thought, what if I did some amount of vertical tillage just to break it up even more? Like, but yeah, my question is there like a threshold as far as like how much activity you can get for breakdown?
So this is what we do know about residue digestion. The better the residue soil contact, the faster it degrades. That's kind of a critical piece if you want rapid digestion. In a no-till system, yeah, you get those thatch layers built up, it becomes a problem. It becomes a rapid disease habitat. And the digestion is tricky in some of those situations like you're talking about, because you're cranking 150 bushel barley with a lot of freaking straw.
So then I guess, given your experience, would you recommend like a passive vertical tillage or something like that, or I guess, how much have you seen that these biological products can just totally break down stuff without needing to do any tillage?
So let me just give you an example. So this picture here, like I say, is with some tillage that's on that corn stubble. If we were in barley stubble, we would have dished it once and, well, now we would have had a cover crop in it, but when we used to do, before we were running the cover crops, we would have dished that once, DMI'd it. There would not, you could find a root ball maybe on the barley left. And so, but it comes back to what Jared said, if you want, the more soil contact you have with that residue, the better breakdown you're gonna get. And these products will flat eat it up. And so if you're dealing with that, that would be my recommendation is, yeah, in-pass tillage is gonna go a long ways.
Yeah, I'll make one addendum onto that, that it does make a difference, but it doesn't seem to be that it has to be a heavy thing. If you got a lot of red, just a heavy harrow pass, get some dust on that and then go spray your stuff on. But yeah, any soil, you're better off to have some dust, dirt. You don't necessarily have to go turn it all down. I just like to go dust, stir up the dust and then go spray, and it makes a big difference actually.
Mr. Shiloh.
I wanna go back to your comment about working yourself out of a job. Because,
Thank you, man. I'm glad you recognize that. You're in the same boat.
well, it's one of the biggest concerns in the world of agronomists and crop advisors. And one of the reasons they aren't willing to even start looking at this path, because that's their worry is, we're gonna sell less fertilizer, we're not gonna have anything to sell, less chemistry. So what drives you to keep going forward and your company to keep letting you do what you're doing?
I'm gonna answer that first from a customer point of view. I'm off the rails right now.
Great question, Shiloh. Keep probing him. I need this info.
So the thing with Jared is he's never satisfied. Okay? We've always been, okay, what's next? What can we do more? And so with that, he's gone and found the products that we need, because like I said earlier, I don't feel in Idaho we can ever get away from fertilizer completely. There's always gonna be some form of it. Now, is it gonna be 1152 out of 60? No. But redox products, for instance, on my farm, I don't feel we can function without them. We have to have them, because there are times when we don't have the nutrient availability, whether it be because the soil's too cold because we're planting beets in 40-degree temperatures or whatever. And so the mindset has to be, you've got to shift and go after these biologicals, go after these high efficiency products that the farmers don't know that they need yet, but have it as an option. And that's one thing that Jared has done extremely well, is he has pivoted and gone to the better way, if you will.
Better way. I love that. That's my new mantra. The better.
What's that?
I hope all that got recorded.
Oh, yeah.
Lane lights on.
His hat size just grew like half an inch.
Trying to be humble.
One question on this while we're on it. Did you adjust for heavier residues when you add a nitrogen source in with this sometimes as the residue levels increase?
So something we do, we'll take this residue before we do anything, send it to the lab for a C/N ratio. We generally know what those residues are for a carbon nitrogen load, and that gives us the parameters of the exact amount of nitrogen needed to see fast decomposition. But in all honesty, the biologicals we use, they don't need an extra nitrogen source. If the residue's high enough, soil's low enough in the overall end, you're gonna need some, because that's just part of the biological process.
Yeah, depending on what we need, we will sometimes spike it with 2015.
And I'm by no means saying we need to do this because it's a hard lift here in Southern Idaho, but what if you ran that residue through a cow? Would that reduce that disease load that you're trying to kill with, or not kill, but break them, stop?
I think it would, but we negate the value of what that residue does as a food source for the soil. The integration of these residues has been a key component of us building back that WEOP score.
Now, there are some years, once again, dependent upon the location in our farm where this is. So like so my farm that I was talking about earlier that's tied on water is what we call the basin. So it's in a little sub valley. We run our cattle very close to there. So like if we have a grain corn crop that we thrash, we will run the cattle on that through the winter. I don't allow them to be fed on it. And when we get to the point that we've got to start feeding, they've got to come off because of what that does. But yeah, we'll still go in and hit that with our biological afterwards and let it go to work.
Is there a role for intercropping or anything like that in terms of addressing the nitrogen question versus carbon?
You sure could, yeah. If you can grow a green plant, green and brown, Brent Stoker made that comment earlier. If you can grow green and brown together, that's a natural way to balance C/N ratio. Limitation here, out of time.
Yeah.
That's a November, late October. We just Or in Idaho, or in Hawaii, you know.
We have played with, interseeding, flying some cover crop on when, when the corn's knee high. It's, some years is good, some years not so good. Just, it really, 22-inch rows are pretty hard because they're narrow. We are in the business of growing a crop. And so, my number one goal is to get the highest yield I can get off of there. And so trying to go to like a skip row with that cover crop just doesn't, the cattle are an afterthought, or the cattle get what am I trying to say?
Clean up.
Yes, to clean up afterwards, but I'm not growing it for the cattle to eat, if that makes sense. And so, like I said, the cover crop, the interseeded cover crop on the corn has been 50-50, whether it's been good or bad.
Okay, what's step one?
Biological.
Crop residue, break the disease cycle. That's step one, write it down. I need to see every one of you write that down.
Go back to this.
Go take pictures.
Go back to that first slide.
I'm not sure.
Those little button.
One more.
There you go.
Yes, sir, Brandon.
In our operation, because some of my partners don't believe anything that's been said here today. Corn borer resistant trait in corn, the higher that resistance trait is in its rating on the corn seed, the tougher it is to break down, because that's an antimicrobial trait. So digesting residues with a modified trait like that becomes more and more important, because they're trying to chase from that corn borer root problem, and they put that trait into it and it won't break it down. And your product is more important the more modified corn becomes.
Absolutely. Yeah, we see the same thing.
I'm gonna put somebody on the spot, Kirsten. So Kirsten Forster works for McCain. She's actually my field person for McCain's. Have I ever had any residue reach the plant?
No.
And we frequently follow grain corn with potatoes, and corn root balls are a huge issue in potato production the year fall. In fact, so Sputnik, if all of you are familiar with Sputnik, I know I know the CEO very well, and he's threatened me that if I ever share this information with anybody, that he'd hunt me down, because they have made a business of removing corn residue out of potatoes. And he's
say your goodbyes because you're gone.
just edit that. But the thing, nobody believes this, so it doesn't matter anyways.
Okay, there's a few of you didn't write this down. You need to write it down. We're not moving on until y'all write it down. So, yes, sir, Trey.
I'll just throw in a quick comment just to back you guys on this. I believe 100% what you're saying. We see this work time and time again as well. As a strategy, I think it's important to note that most of these pathogens are there to break this material down. That's their function in the soil. And so if we get rid of that, churn that out, off the system, it's all gone. Other thing that we noticed too is, and this is crop to crop, we grow a lot of other different crops over in the valley, but we also tend to harbor a lot of insect pests as well in the residue, gives them a food source to overwinter in. So we're really crazy about wanting to get rid of all that stuff.
Great comments, thank you. Okay, go on. Shifting gears, we're gonna go to some tillage now. Blake's ripped too. You can sell these videos.
Yeah, these are fed commercials.
Yeah. Selling it to them and they turned me down. Pissed me off. Blake, give us some history of why you built this rig. Blake built that machine.
So we built that, the first iteration of that machine 2 winters ago, because we saw that we were losing beets to to wind damage a lot here, big surprise. And so we wanted to go to a cover crop that would help shield the beets from the wind. The first year we tried it, we direct planted into it. It worked okay. Beets, if you're familiar with beets, are typically planted about 3/4 of an inch thick or deep, sorry. And so if you have a lot of residue there, if they're not in the soil, they don't germinate. And so we compromised a lot of stand count because that planter, we built our planter in 18, I'd put it up against anything, it'll run through anything. But with beets being so shallow, if you can't get it into the dirt, they don't germinate. Corn, we'd probably been just fine. So we came up, we had looked at possibly building a deal that would actually just interseed in between the beet rows the fall prior. And we kind of ran into a few issues on some compacted sugar beets to where if we didn't go deep rip, that we would get some stunted growth, they would kind of end up short and stubby. So after consulting and talking to a few people, we decided to go strip till, and couldn't really find a strip till rig out there that kind of met what we wanted to do. We wanted to be able to go at least 14 inches deep with that ripper shank where that beet was going to go and be able to handle the residue that we were going to encounter. And so we kind of copied and found and built our own. So that most of the time we're running that about 14 inches deep. As you saw there, we're going into live cover crop. So that was actually last week on a field out here. That's an 8-species cover crop. Last fall was probably about that tall. A lot of that's melted down. So we'll go into that next week, possibly, if this weather stays right. We'll be in there and plant, and and then we'll kind of watch that cover crop, and once it gets to a certain stage, then we'll spray it out. But since doing all this, we haven't lost a beet to wind damage. We still have a little bit of frost, but it has functioned how we wanted to. One of the side benefits that we've seen from it is the consistency of beets that we get at harvest now. They are all the perfect beet shape and they are all the same. And we attribute that a lot because we didn't change a whole lot else. We attribute that a lot to that strip till rig.
Step one. Right, step two, let's get in it. What we do on the planter. Blade planter is designed such that we have an in-furrow liquid application right with the seed. We also have 2x2 placement on both sides of the seed.
Different products.
Different products. This gives us an opportunity to establish these 3 critical variables. Number one, we establish competitive exclusion principle using BAM technology. You guys know what BAM technology is? Lakes acquired microbes.
Usually that means something else. So
badass microbes. BAM technology actually comes from a company we work with in the Midwest, Biolife Management. They've been in the biological game for 12, 15 years. This is their technology. Built on biological assisted multiplier. That's kind of the idea. They use, we'll get into it in a second, but very diverse microbial product that is step one. So competitive exclusion is a principle created in 1920 by Goss. He was a biologist, German biologist, I believe. He coined this competitive exclusion phrase, meaning that competitive exclusion is that 2 identical microbes or similar microbial species, if they're competing for the same food source, can't coexist together. One's going to beat the other always. So we use this principle number 1 to establish that competitive exclusion at the very first moment a seed germinates. It's one of the principles that's discussed in the books I showed you. So nothing new. We're just recreating what the old timers knew to be a true concept. Step 2 would be optimize the nutritional balance based on, the soil testing, soil analysis that we do. And then step 3 is preserve the genetic potential of the crop. So now we're going to dive into the intricacies of each one of those steps.
So to comment on one thing there, the genetic potential, the highest genetic potential of a seed is the day it's planted. After that, it is all downhill. And so it's just a matter of us doing our best to preserve that opportunity that's there.
So on the planter, like I said, we have two different placements. We have an in-furrow placement where once we take the zone variability, we create a recommendation that typically includes calcium, phosphate, microbes, biology, carbon sources. That goes right in furrow. Second placement right here would be a little different mix to meet the crop demand. And so you want to watch Blake's planter run. This is his planter. Let's kick it in. Brent, this is for you.
So to give you a little background on that video, so that was a 13-way cover crop that we had planted in August. We grazed cattle on it off and on for the entire next year. And then came in the spring, strip tilled it, and then planted that to corn. But it's the same principle, no matter what crop we're going into on the strip tilling.
You left it in that cover crop for, like, you planted it in August, but you're saying it wasn't the spring, the next spring, but the.
Yeah, so it was almost
You had like what?
19 months.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so the first year we had it in, we grazed it, we paddocked it off, grazed it around, and did all the proper things for grazing and that, on that.
Yeah. Then full disclosure, we planted it, we couldn't kill it.
The fight was on.
That's the next question.
Yeah. Well, here's some of our flaws, all right, or faults. Because our idea was we just burn it down with sulfuric acid. That way we burn it back, give the crop a chance to kind of jump up ahead of it, and then grow them simultaneously together. Sulfuric didn't even hardly touch it. 15 gallon sulfuric usually turns residue black. It blew the top out of this stuff, turned it brown for about 4 days, and then that sucker came back with vengeance. And we're like, well, spray with Roundup. So we juiced it with Roundup, knocked it back. Guess what? Freaking Darren, he's the problem. It's his seed.
Yeah, you can blame Darren because we bought the seed from him. Bang up cover crop.
Good guy, you're sitting up front. But anyway, we ended up having to mow it and spray it again. So
We had to mow our.
we're still trying to perfect the living cover deal. But anyway.
One thing, so that had a lot of grasses in it because we put it in for grazing. Anything we're going crop to crop with does not have that, they're easier controlled, so we did learn, so.
But anyway, once we've established what these are, those two recipes, we jump to my job. My job with Rocky Mountain Agronomics is then take the recipe that we want, the ingredients we want, and then I custom formulate them to meet Blake's needs.
One thing, and I'm not bragging, but you will not find anybody better at doing this job than Jared. And I've put him through his paces in our 13-year span of every challenge you can think of, but that is the beauty and I guess the necessity of a company like Rocky Mountain is because they can put everything you need in it and do it in a form that's compatible because we learned the hard way. Some things don't mix, they turn to jello in the tank but that's the learning curve.
And they're so pretty.
Yeah, those are all different mixes we've made over the last couple of weeks. Yeah. But yeah, that's the beauty of what we do, right? I think we got nine big mixers like this. Capacity companies like 70,000 gallons of juice an hour, what we can build out. So we've built our business to accommodate customization. And that's freaking awesome. That's what I love. Yes, sir.
All of what you're doing is liquid, right? Or
There is a little bit of dry of some specialty products that's the only way we can get them. But 97% is liquid.
So. Any questions, comments? Yes, sir, Mr.
Need clarification, you guys are kind of ashamed about learning from the hard way. I need to understand, grasses are a no-no and broadleafs are okay. Which way did it go here in the cover crop?
Take it over, Darren.
Now, we had about, out of that 13, I think we had 4 grasses in there, and they were cool season grasses, so they took off like crazy, especially after we strip tilled them. And so, yeah, they outran the corn, and then we did get them killed off, and then had to come borrow your mower that would go in row and mow them off.
A lot of the stuff we used in there was, it's typically would winter kill. The last couple winters where we haven't had a lot of snow cover, a lot of the stuff has been overwintering, so that kind of presents some.
And like I say, we put that mix in for grazing. We just thought, oh, we got the strip till bar, let's see what we can do with it. So, yeah, there's no stab at there, and they do a great job. That's where we get all our cover crop mixes. Absolutely excellent job.
What's kind of a stab at there?
It is, but
We owe him a few jabs, but anyway, once we've got our solution manufactured and shipped to his farm, we get her applied, we get it planted. And then we get to take it, we get to reap the reward of our recommendation and what we've got accomplished here. I threw in just a few pictures from last spring, what we was able to accomplish. We've kind of been addicts on this whole rhizole sheathing thing, you know, sitting that soil just glued to the roots. That's been a key objective that we've had to try to accomplish this in every crop that Blake grows. So you got potatoes there on the left, corn in the middle, different stages of growth. And we're thrilled by this type of progress, because I dig a lot of fields, my job, where I don't see that functionality. And so what we liken this to is, if you were able to wash that soil off those roots, you'd see just thousands upon thousands of root tips. Every individual root tip is habitat for beneficial microbes. The more root tips we can get, the more performance we can access. That's the whole objective.
And it's kind of a cyclic deal, because if the microbes aren't there, the plant's not going to put the root tips on. And so it's kind of a twofold cycle that feeds off of itself.
So you look at what we're at, early planting now, coming to mid-June timeframe, we still have the functionality working in our benefit. So all these lateral roots, you see that rhizole sheathing action, and we're just.
Not the hair on my arm.
Although there's microbes there too.
Yeah, you probably can shave it. I'm not sure what kind of rhizophagy you got going on. I got a video here. I want to emphasize the importance of microbial colonization on the root tip. This video is going to highlight this. I poached this from the movie Life in the Soil. So if I'm arrested in a few days, I'm going to know why you guys turned me on.
Observe a root from under a microscope. Hairs are growing sideways. Plant absorbs water and nutrients using its root hairs. Fertility around the root. Elongation of roots takes place right here. The growth is quite active in metabolism. The old sections continually peel off. We can see something still moving in plant cells which have come off. Then microorganisms prey on them. Although invisible, nutrients are flowing out of the whole root. A large number of microorganisms are attracted there. They multiply by feeding on the nutrients secreting out of the root. When dead, the crop will then feed on their remains. Used by bacteria. Numerous protozoa are also observed. Microorganisms survive by cooperating with the root, creating a world very similar.
Isn't that cool? Dude, I couldn't explain that in 2 billion words. So it's cool to see it visually. Here's the reason why the in-furrow biological component is so important. This is some testing we did on one of Blake's cornfields. That's it, back in 21. What we did is we waited till the crop was planted, up and growing, and then I sampled with trace genomics. We sampled the root zone, and then in between the rows. That's what this data is showing. In furrow, right with the root, there was no Rhizoctonia solani detected. In between the rows, there's some presence. The competitive exclusion, what we were trying to prove to ourselves was that the concept of competitive exclusion is working, and it's determined by this zero none detect. However, look what happens by July. July in furrow, we have Rhizoctonia starting to elevate. We have in between the rows starting to elevate. So we did our job for the window of which we wanted to manage, which we still had to come back with subsequent treatments to be able to manage it for the rest of the season. But the competitive exclusion principle worked. It did its job, proven by this data. And we've run this philosophy for probably, I think, 13 years. And it just kicks butt every time. And so it's good to have this type of data to validate the performance of the microbes when you can colonize them on the wood. And so having the high concentration in the band on the planter, it's muy bueno. That's step 2, Jason.
Like in this type of scenario, do you feel like this is a tool, a strategy that maximizes your seed cost investment? You're getting the 100% efficacy out of your seeds' ability to germinate.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen, I think the big difference isn't necessarily the lack of emergence. Even before this, we didn't have that many not coming up. But the big difference I've seen is the consistency and uniformity of emergence. So every plant's coming up at the same time. Well, when that happens and all those plants are going together, I can't remember exactly what it is. If it's 12 or 18 hours, they've got it down to the minute on a corn plant. That if it comes up that much later than its 2 neighbors, I mean, it's like half the size of ear. So, I mean, you're talking hours. And so, I mean, potatoes are terribly erratic as it is. We've been able to tighten that window up with our seed treat and our in-furrow program. But yeah, I mean, the beets, I mean, it's every seed is up and they're all up at the same time.
Any other questions? That's a good one, Jason. So here's some of the strategy we use in selecting biological products, is they have to pass a rigorous vetting process. We don't just take any product. We run them through biomakers to understand the nutritional pathways and biocontrol pathways. If they don't meet the right specs, kick them to the curb. And so like this product, BioID, it's one we've been working with for like, 4 years. It's been superpower. You look, this is biomakers data looking at the biocontrols. How well is this product going to behave as a fungicide agent, insecticide agent, nematicide agent, bactericide? It's got some phenomenal numbers. I have not seen another biological product on the market that competes with these numbers.
The thing that's great about this product too is it is well-rounded. There's so many products out there on the market that are a 10, a 20, a 50 species, and they're all going after kind of a certain same thing. Where we found success is diversity. And that's one of the draws to this product.
So this product is dominant fungal. 750 different species, but dominant fungal. And there's a protozoa component to it as well. But this is cool math. If you take the 750 species on their average colony forming units per milliliter of solution, you start to realize that that a 32-ounce rate of this product delivers 3.8 trillion beneficial microbes per acre, or 89 million microbes per square foot. Now think of what happens when you take that quart rate and put it into a row acre band on the planter. Now we've got the trillions working in our behalf to outcompete disease, outcompete pathogen load, you name it. This is the value of these types of products. It's a numbers game. This is simple math. You gotta outcompete the bad guys. And you do that by numbers of diversity. So
The other beauty about this product is it's relative, it is a value priced product. It's not gonna kill you to purchase this stuff.
okay, questions, comments, concerns? You guys get a little sleepy? You do some jumping jacks?
Red Bulls.
Red Bulls, the Red Bull line's getting a little thin back there. Yes, sir, Darren.
Have you guys done any like strip trials or anything, like to look at comparisons?
Hi there.
Just out of curiosity.
Hey, that's Siri listening. You triggered it. Yeah, dude, we've 13 years, we've been trialing product after product after product, trying to validate what's actually gonna perform repeatedly year after year after year. And these are the products we've landed at. So, yeah, that's been a big piece of the puzzle here.
Right.
How many places do you use this product? Is this in fertilizer planting or anywhere else? How many places is it used?
So this one goes in our fall stubble digestion. It's one of the products. It goes on our seed treat. It goes in fertile, and then it also goes in our fertility blend that we're fertigating with through the season. So we're continually dribbling this throughout the year.
So Brent, to that point, we also have two other products we just chose not to highlight today. They're also part of this equation. So we alternate and we shift the microbial products we're using, so we never get a net saturation of these microbes in the soil solution. Diversity is key. Yeah, so we got three other products, or two other products, including this one, there's three, that all have at least 500 different species that we rotate through back and forth. We tank mix them together, because anytime we tank mix and run on biomakers, you pick up new functionality. So there's some pretty cool opportunity that way.
And that's kind of what I was talking about when we go into our stubble digestion program in the fall, depending upon the residue, we will vary those ratios of those three products, depending upon what we're going into, for the digestion.
Okay. We're gonna shift gears. So are there any questions about the biology into things?
One completely random, completely off topic, and I apologize. With what you've done with the microbial stuff here, do you guys feel you've ever witnessed the nutritional transmutation of? Has that ever showed up where you're actually changing one element to another? Do you feel like you've ever seen any of that happening?
Only in my blue healer when it gets running around and I get these puppies that are half blue healer, half neighborhood.
Yeah, we can fix that.
I need to pull a ball marker on you and have your catch figure.
I'm gonna take it to Bellevue and turn it loose in the streets. I don't know how the heck we'd even manage that, Tom. Great question. I don't know.
Apparently it's a part of trick if you know how to do it, to turn sodium into potassium. I just was thinking back to Margaret with the water analysis and whatnot. I just thought I'd ask while we were here.
You're an interesting cat. You've been at we've been at level 201 and you've been the whole time at level 801. The whole time. I was like, I'd like to get in there for a few minutes.
That's why I brought him.
I know. Matt, you might need to grow a beard. Sexy.
Power of the beard.
Yes. So now we're gonna transition from microbes now to the nutrition. I encourage you to be on the edge of your chair with your pen in hand, because this is where things get a little interesting in how we manage fertility. So let's start. If you take a soil sample from Stubenholz, I want you to observe these numbers. Look at the red bars first. That's chloride, nitrate, phosphorus, sulfate. These are your negative charges. Look at the concentration. Chloride's at 15 parts per million. Phosphorus at 62 parts per million. We got a lot to work with, right? Nitrate today, pretty low, that's fair. And then sulfate's a little bit low. You got these numbers memorized, are gonna be important in this thing. Keep looking. Okay, look at the green bars now. Green bars are the cations. Sodium, pretty low. Ammonium, low. Potassium, pretty dang high.
Very high.
Very high. Calcium, high. Okay, magnesium, high. Trust me, this has a point. When a Steubenholtz lab measures those elements, they use ammonium acetate to kick off all your calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium. They exchange cation. They interject ammonium acetate into your soil solution that forces all of these cations that are bound up on your clay off. Okay, so you're kind of getting almost a total look what the content is on your base saturation. Now, phosphates measured by Olsen P supposed to mimic what plant uptake looks like. You're going to question that in a second, I promise. So if we were to make our decisions off of this test for Blake's farm, number one, we wouldn't apply any phosphorus. Number two, we wouldn't apply any potassium. And
More calcium.
calcium, we juice it up on nitrogen now because we're low. Okay, would you guys agree with that strategy? Okay, check this out. If we now transition and look at the nutrients that are soluble with water, the saturation pH soil test we've been talking about earlier, it's gonna be cool. We're gonna look at now what's gonna move with water. Okay, so off of the same soil that you just saw, check out these numbers. Here's your anions: nitrate, chloride, phosphorus, sulfur. What do you see with chloride? These are each individual zones and their concentration.
Okay, so just as a little clarification, because I doubt you can read it. So the red is irrigation water, untreated. Blue is deionized water. Okay, so once again, we're back to the differentiation between irrigation water and lab water and the difference that it makes. Notice, you remember how high phosphorus was? We didn't need to apply any. Look at the red. We're barely on the map. Okay, because that's what's going to end up getting put on my field is that irrigation water. Yep, total opposite.
So I'll turn it to you guys. What's different here about the other test?
This one's available, the other one wasn't.
Right, what's available? Tell me the numbers. What's the relationship? Want me back up one? Look at the phosphorus parts per million versus sulfate versus chloride. You guys see the conundrum
It's like the
that we're in? If one test says you don't need any phosphate, but another test says, this is what's water soluble, guess we just made a bad mistake by not putting on any phosphate because our water crashed its availability. Now think about the abundance. Think about the chloride, nitrate, and sulfur abundance in the soil relative to phosphate. Which are gonna get taken up quickest? Whichever one's most abundant. So phosphorus has three formidable opponents: chloride, nitrate, sulfur.
How many of you have ever thought of nitrate and sulfur, not necessarily bad, but antagonizing something else? That's not the way you usually think of it, okay?
Okay, good. Let's shift to the cations. Oh, yeah.
So those tests though, that you got here, Steubenholtz did these?
No.
No.
New Age lab.
Okay, New Age did this, whereas Steubenholtz just gave you the soil sample that said, this is what you need.
That's a Steubenholtz look, a total content look.
What we're doing is we're comparing chemical extraction versus saturation paste.
Yep.
And showing you the difference and why it is so important to get the correct information.
So, bottom line is this: if we follow the one test, we fail miserably.
So just to give you a little, so how many of you have followed a soil test from somewhere? Then when you plant sample, even though that soil test said that nutrient was all kinds there, but the plant sample is lacking.
It's happened to all of us.
Right there. Okay, that's the beauty of taking it a step further, even with the sap sampling, is then things really get cooking.
Yes. So summary, If we take water soluble, the nutrient's gonna move with water. Those become your dominant anions at the cost of phosphate. Phosphate, every metabolic process of the plant requires a derivative of phosphate. That's how critical it is. And it's gonna get its butt kicked by those three elements.
So guess what goes in every single infertile application on my farm?
Phosphate, yeah.
Because this is the same on every field I've got.
Phosphate in what form? It's not a general statement.
Dude, you're still your horses.
Left us on the cliff here, man.
Come up and explain it.
We're dying to know about EH today.
Look at the cations. Look at the water soluble cations now. You know, it did say that calcium was high. It did say that magnesium was high. It did say that sodium was medium. And it said that potassium was high. What's the relationship? Water soluble says there's no potassium. It's got three other formidable. So in terms of nutritional uptake, calcium, mag, and sodium are going to override potassium all the way. We've seen it so many times when you pair this soil testing method with SAP. When you have SAP in this method, it's a direct calibration of nutritional uptake. So if the soil says it, you'll see it in the SAP. If the SAP says it, you'll see it in the soil. Like awful. So.
Both of those tests though are coming from a tissue that you're sending for.
Oh, that's soil.
Okay, this one is the soil. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is a saturation paste just of the cations.
Yeah. So, throw a wild card at you guys. Water soluble nutrients. Here comes irrigation, moving in the plant. Which ones are going to be dominant? Come on. I'll give it to you. Calcium, sodium, and I'm going to throw a wild card at you. Ammonium. When you fertilize, urea, ammonium sulfate, 32O, any of those, you put a significant amount of ammonium into the soil solution. Now it becomes a formidable component to potassium. If you're driving ammonium level too high, too late in the season, you screw up the uptake of potassium. So this becomes a dynamic process of making sure you're putting on the right product at the right time, at the right rate. Those 4 R's that everybody talks about, that's where this becomes super critical and even more practical once you measure it in this strategy. So questions, comments, let's hear it. Nothing? Oh, right there.
Are you, this soil sample, are you pulling this the same way as what you're sending in school?
So our strategy is, Darren, we'll pull this in the spring to gauge our planting applications. We'll pull this sample again to gauge our top dress and water run applications. We'll pull it again about August to figure out what we gotta have to get that last push for finishing the crop. So usually 3 to 4 tests on this.
And also the other thing is that with that, like the mid-season one, that also helps gauge how good we did on our infertile.
So
It's a report card.
Are you,
Hang on.
are you level 1 foot on those? Are you pulling stratifying?
So we started 2 years ago doing the stratified 0 to 6, 6 to 12. Total pain in the butt. So I'm probably gonna keep doing it just because it's too valuable not to do it. But yeah, that's how we're playing ball.
So do you still see the potassium crash mid-season on potatoes by managing this way?
All day long. So think about this. How many of you have been pulling petioles all year? Phosphate looks brilliant, potassium looks brilliant. You guys seen it? K number's 11%, P number's a 0.38, money. Well, guess what? A tissue test from the newest petiole every week is only half the story. The petiole test only looks at the new growth. It doesn't look at the old growth. So it completely negates all of the nutrient mobility. So you got nitrogen, phos, potassium, magnesium, chloride, and one other one that are mobile. They'll leave old leaves to support the new growth. So you can have a perfect petiole all year. And guess what? What's supplying it? It could be the old leaves. It could be the root. You don't know if you're always just pulling the new growth. That's why a sap test, running a comparison between old and new leaves, dials this all in. Now you can predict mobility. You can predict why is potassium leaving the old leaves to go to the new growth? Because of this system. And so we've seen that repeatedly.
And that's why we don't pull the soil samples weekly by any means, like we're pulling the sap test, but we pull them usually bi-weekly or once a month, depending on the time of the year and the crop. So then we know, okay, we have this level of K in the ground, it's translating this in the plant. All of a sudden this shifts, we test it again and okay, it went. So we've got to address that in the soil. And so.
Yes, sir.
I think you answered, so no petioles at all, just sap tests every other week in the height of the season?
Sap testing every week on corn, potatoes, sugar beets, wheat and barley. In the early growth stages, we'll do every other week and then kind of scatter it out after that. But yeah, potato, sugar beets, corn, every week.
Yep, so we've been doing the SAP game for 12 years. We started with a different lab, we've transitioned now to a true SAP lab. We're getting our results dialed in, but the SAP game's been a part of what we've done for years. Early on, we spent like 5 years running comparisons of petiole and SAP side by side, so we could build our confidence in the SAP method. So that we just finally just transitioned all the SAP. Okay. And stupid me, I spent thousands and thousands to learn how to interpret SAP. It's not for everybody. You gotta know what the numbers are, what the plant physiology is, that there's a lot to it, so.
So I'll share one little thing that Jared probably won't want me to.
I don't want you to, let's just move on.
So the owner of New Age Labs, his name is Scott Wall, and he's the head scientist there. And made the comment that there's nobody in America that can interpret a sap sample like Jared can. And I'm not blowing smoke, but when he says he has spent thousands of dollars of his own money and hours on the phone with people figuring this out, it's not baloney. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to sap sample. And
Sure wish that black box was off. Don't do that. See, this is public. So, Charlie, you had a comment.
Yeah, so if you were pulling a Haney's test, rather than a Stukenholz test, how would you do your comparisons there? And how does the Haney's test look different than a Stukenholz?
So Haney narrows the gap between this. I believe Haney still overestimates the nutritional availability in our soils.
especially early season.
Early season. I think it overestimates the amount of phosphorus that's actually available.
Because of the temperature, or why do you think early season?
No, because of the reagent methods. So they run 3 different organic acids: malic acid, oxalic, and itaconic acid. Those are the acids they use to solubilize the nutrient out of the soil. Those are natural plant exudates. The plant will produce those as nature's solvent. But I just think they are only overestimating.
Well, and the only way that those acids are produced is by a growing root. Well, so when you're early in the season, there's no growing root there to get that process going is part of the reason.
The other side of it is the microbes will also create those exudates as well, those organic acids. But here's the problem we got. If you go back to our water test and you see a lot of bicarbonate load, that bicarbonate overrides those organic acids every freaking irrigation. Like crazy. So the microbes in the plant never have a chance to get a leg up on the antagonism that we have coming into the system. However, you go to the Midwest, I believe Haney's a very good predictor of nutritional availability because they don't have the high bicarbonate water. That's my caveat, Black Moss. So, any other questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Stoker.
Thanks for that further explanation. So the higher the bicarbonate, then the more inaccuracy Haney has. Help me understand sap. I'm unfamiliar. Where do you take in all these crops? Where do you take these samples from? Your corn, your beets,
You're talking on the actual physical plant?
yeah.
So the sap is the oldest viable leaf. Viable meaning still green. If you got a leaf that's yellow and brown and dying, you don't pull it. You take an old leaf on the bottom of the plant, still green, photosynthesizing, compare it to the youngest fully expanded leaf up top.
So you take both those leaves?
Yeah, take them both, separate bags, they measure them differently, independent of each other. That's the way you measure the nutrient mobility.
Oh, okay, I did not know that.
Yeah. On small grains a total pain because the leaves are so small down there, it takes you hours to pull them. I've found value in running new tissue on wheat and barley compared to rapid soil. Use those two as your diagnostic. Yeah. So, good question, Jason.
So when you plan your, like in furrow, you emphasize the in-furrow fertility program. How many days of effective value are you shooting to get out of that particular application?
So for me, especially for phosphate and calcium, you can never make up what you miss on the in-furrow. If you screw up the in-furrow and don't get enough P and calcium in there, no matter how much you pour on, you'll never make it up. And so we usually try and overdo it just a little bit. Now, when I talk overdoing it, I mean, we're putting of actual new units, you know, we're talking 3 or 4 units of P in furrow, okay? But that 3 or 4 units is packing us season long, along with a few foliar applications. And we'll talk about those products here in a little bit, but there is no substitute for a good in-furrow program, bar none, especially on potatoes, sugar beets, corn.
So Jason, I'll tell you this, I try to structure it in the first 25, 30 days of growing, from planting to 30 days out. That's the window we want. After that, we've got other applications coming all season long that we're reevaluating, reassessing, remanaging. So 30 days, that's how I roll. But I agree with Blake, because think about this. If you got a nutrient mobility issue, say your corn plant is a V10, and it's been pulling phosphate and potash from the old leaves from the time V6 to V10, you're moving up the plant in terms of nutritional content per leaf. Yield is optimized when you can stay within 5% plus or minus on every leaf being the same nutritional density. That's how yield's optimized. You want to prove it? Go to the cannabis world. Those guys discovered it. They were the pioneers of this whole deal. And they found that if they were outside of 2% nutritional density from old to new growth, they lost about 38 to 40% of their THC and CBD concentration. So we thank the cannabis world for a lot of this innovation.
A few other things too.
Anyway, that's the idea of why Blake says what he says about calcium and phos. We got to supercharge that plant as high a concentration we can possibly get in those first 30 days, because that becomes a storehouse for later if we have hiccups with how the nutrition rhythm and flow operates. Okay. Who would like to repeat that back?
Take care of the babies and the growth good.
2% of cannabis growth. Me and Blake have found 5%.
Okay.
If we can keep his plants within 5% of each other on nutritional density over the year, optimize quality.
Do you feel like that is plant dependent though?
Every species, potato varies by variety, corn hybrids varies by variety, wheat hybrids varies by variety. Every plant's different.
Right, but I'm talking the architecture of the plant too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because I've noticed the bigger the plant, more difference there is in those gradients of the leaves, but.
Well, the bigger the plant, because typically it's a nitrogen dominant system. Well, anytime that you're overdoing overdoing a nutrient is going to put everything others into deficiency. So then old days, potatoes, you wanted a plant you could grab and hold up over your head. That was the ticket. Now we want ours, they're hitting me at the knees and they're putting stems on about every 1.5 inches. That's what we're striving for, and we'll have more leaves on that plant than you will the 10-foot long one. And we don't lose them on fall.
So to Trey's point, think about the long elongation between joints on a corn plant. That's visual corn, everybody see it. You see a collar here. If you have a foot of growth between this collar and the next, that's a lot of nutritional transit that has to take place. If you stack those nodes tighter, guess what? 2 things, you shorten transit time and you increase the sap concentration. You don't have that massive dilution in the xylem long. That's the beauty of shortening up your internode spacing based on your nutrition. Mr. Roger.
Are you taking in for account, controlled environment, lighting? Hydroponics, cannabis, or are you talking? I'm sorry, I came out of that world, so.
I'm not sure
I'd
what
have
you're
to question you on that at that 5% versus 2%. You have a very controlled environment in cannabis from a standpoint.
Well, yeah, absolutely. You got 1,400 lumens light versus outside.
Field with wind, stress factors, abiotic stress, I mean.
Nutritional density is the driver of all plant progress.
I get that, but I guess I would just question that from that standpoint of, we're seeing that 5% in row crop farming versus.
What's your opinion?
Well, I would say they have way higher range. I mean, that's like talking about controlling pathogens in a greenhouse and that versus row crop with what we're dealing with.
So their 5% is our 2%.
That's what I'm trying to get at, like, is that a realistic thing for us to shoot?
But it's realistic because we've done it.
You got 2%?
No, 5. That's what he's saying is.
Sorry, that's what I was trying to get at. I was like.
Yeah, no, cannabis.
I just had a question.
Yeah, no, we figure 5% is the money hole.
Yeah, and I think you actually stretch it to 10 in row crop bags. Cause there's a lot, you start playing ball in that realm of 5% density to 10% used. When we first started this game, we were 40%. As you make incremental adjustments to tighter efficiencies, quality of the plant, yield of the plant, everything improves. That's the objective. Jason, you had a question?
I love the concept of biomass nutritional density because the chemical equation for energy respiration is photosynthesis minus biomass increase. And so as you talk about building carbohydrates, building energy, as that plant increase, guess what happens? You have to have more photosynthetic production.
Did that just get your juices going? That was 800 all day. Little brother delivered.
Yeah, he's gonna be talking about osmotic pressure and ionic transfer here before the day's over.
This is the VHPH.
Did you guys go to the Ivy League of egg schools or what?
4-year degree, soil science.
This is on the job training.
Daddy taught us one thing, he taught us really well how to freaking grind.
Gabe Brown, Gary Zimmer, many within the Acres organization, if you've ever heard of them, are pioneering a market that now has 12 years of history based upon nutrient density of the products that are sold, and they're trying to build a market based upon that. It throws organics to the wayside because they view organic requirements, a government bureaucracy riddled with all sorts of injustices and corruptions and all sorts of other things. So the selling point for their pioneering of food nutrient density is, if you did it right, doesn't matter about organics or not, is if you made the product the way it ought to be with food density, and they're trying to establish what that scale is upon what is considered high quality, then people like Jeff Bezos and many others are helping them pioneer with their money this development of nutrient density that will become a new market in our lifetime. You're going to see that emerge, that they are going to build a market that's way beyond organics. It will be built upon nutrient density.
Absolutely. I've had the same feeling that it's all about quality.
Yeah.
From here forward, it's all about crop quality. Yield's gonna be important, but it's gonna be the quality of that yield. So that speak the same language there. Okay, Shiloh, yes, sir.
One last question on the 5% variability from top to bottom, you're measuring that through SAP?
Yeah.
Between your own self, okay.
I think that's the perfect world, right? Roger and I had that little quarrel there for a second. 5% is an absolute target. If you could get there, you're gonna see remarkable.
Well, I mean, we'll see it come and roll throughout the season. I mean, we're pulling this weekly. We'll have a week that we're hitting at 5%, and the next week, you know, whether we have a rainstorm or it turns off 95, and we'll see that bump out. We'll evaluate, make a foliar application. Next 2 weeks later, we're back in that window. So I mean, it's a continual. You got to stay after it, and you can maintain that close tight window.
Okay, I'll good, happy. You guys are smiling, this is good, I like the smiles. So here, I think this was a major mistake made in the ag industry years and years ago when macro and micronutrients were separated. I think we've done ourselves a massive disservice by putting a separation between these two. I think they should all be in one great big pool as everything equally essential. So if I slide my picture down, it says macro, micro elements, both are essential. How many times have you gone to your pedial test, and you look at the bottom, you see that micronutrient requirement every week? You say, well, I'll get it next week. Or I'll get it next
Well,
week.
because it's only one.
0.1, 0.2.
Yeah, it's such a small amount, so it's like, yeah, it'll work.
Yeah, so what we've discovered in the terms of the micronutrient world, it's the micronutrients that regulate the macros. So you have all the macros in the world, but if you short copper, iron, magnesium, it's not gonna be a bit of good to juice more nitrogen, because we can't get it into the protein form. So we look at things in two ways now. So the micros are essential and as essential as the macros. The other side of this is this concept right here. 96% of the plants we grow are in carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. 4% are the minerals. We've spent all morning talking about this 4%. But the beauty of it is, this can be complex. This carbon, hydrogen, oxygen can be very complex. That's a lot of biochemistry that I don't know. So we trust organizations like Redox Bionutrients to just take care of this percentage for us. So anytime we can use a redox type product, a bionutrient, we automatically pull in the components to give us 100% of the nutritional requirements of the plant. Not only do we get the 4% minerals, but we get the carbon, hydrogen, oxygen that are essential for the plant's progress. So in 2 slides, I'm gonna sit down, and little brother's gonna take it. Him and Blake are kind of finish this out. I didn't tell you that. This is impromptu.
We won't know the difference.
In fact, I didn't even build the slides. Let's go change real quick. I want to see how he interprets my slide.
He's got my favorite air freshener. I see it, okay. Q&A session here. How's this air freshener relate to nutrient uptake? Feed me.
Plants have stronger smells when they have higher nutrient density.
Some of you love the Christmas tree scent, some like the new car smell, whatever, right?
All of them are the same, doesn't matter.
Vanilla was my go-to. Because when I open that bag, guess what happens? Instant, woof, big hit. Fades over time. Diffusion, concentration. You gonna get it here?
You're getting there pretty quick.
Same with nutrients out of soil solution being delivered via mass flow or being buffered off a soil colloid. Concentration gradient higher outside the cell versus inside the cell allows nutrient to move. And so when we begin to understand what nutrient we need in the plant and how does the plant take it up, mass flow, fluid reception, diffusion.
I think that topic right there is one of the things that are most overlooked in ag today is what is the best way to get that nutrient into the plant? And I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not a little piece of rock.
Let me capitalize here real quick. You guys walked up to the building today, seeing this facility is brand new to some of you. You probably noticed the redox sign out front. Who can tell me what redox means? Jared's got a $100 bill for you.
Look at the hands.
That's not, I don't have $100 for anybody.
It's 200.
Going back to the redox potential of your EH.
Okay, but what does that mean? It's redox potential.
Gaining and losing electrons.
It can give an electron, or it can take one, it can accept one or donate one, right? Redox active molecules or redox bionutrient plays to that effect. The the carbon compounds we utilize in our manufacturing have the capacity to act and both act and be reacted on. We can give an electron where necessary, or we can accept one where necessary. And so when we talk about plant balance, charge balance, the plant has to balance its negative charge with positive charge and vice versa. So that plant has to be in balance. The 900 level term, homeostasis, has to be in balance. We start overloading the plant with nitrate, guess what we got? A negative dominant plant. Now you have to insert all the positives to allow that plant to balance.
Well, and that's why too, when you go back to those samples, like with the chloride, the plant doesn't necessarily want the chloride. It wants the negative charge. And so if it's the most abundant negative charge, that's what it's gonna take. So you, once again, competitive exclusion, you've got to outcompete the chloride with what you want to get into the plant, the phosphate.
Yeah, I don't know where to go from here.
Next slide.
Give you a few hints.
So I'll start this one off. So he knows exactly where he's going, but
It's not my slide.
so in the general ag world, there are two words that never get associated with each other in a mixing tank: calcium and phosphate. Who knows what happens when you mix normal calcium and phosphate? You get a big bunch of goo that doesn't do anything. That's the beauty. We run their phosphate product is Rutex. Their calcium products, Mainstay Calcium. We run those mixed together every single in-furrow application we're making, and they work phenomenally. I'll let you carry on.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I remember this.
This is my payback for him putting me in intensive care. I didn't say that part. We spent 4 or 5 months in the intensive care unit after birth. It was 4 months premature. So truly lucky to be here, really. Anyway, Jason did a great job on diffusion. Check this out. I want to point something out. This is back to Blake's water soluble nutrient chart, okay? Remember our 4.7 parts per million phosphorus availability? Compare it now to chemical antagonism and concentration antagonism. Chemical antagonism will be what Blake just talked about. Calcium and phosphate precipitate each other. Look at the calcium load, 429 parts per million versus 4.7. Guess what happens if you run a commercial phosphate like 1137, 1152, 10340? Guess what that calcium is going to do? It's going to annihilate phosphate. However, Jason's point earlier, I stole his slides. If you take the redox technology, they take phosphate and couple it with these organic acids and or amino acids. So it's a protected phosphate. They satisfy the negative charge on that phosphate. So now the phosphate here doesn't have a charge. Plant recognizes an amino acid, it recognizes an energy signature. So look what happened. If we take and sample the middle of the row, we see that we have a pretty low level of readily available phosphate. But if we take Blake's planter and we sample in furrow where we placed this product, look what happens to the concentration.
And like I said before, it's not like we're dumping 50 units of P in here. I mean, we're talking of actual units, 2, 3, but look how much it moves the needle. That's the beauty of the redox products, and I hate to sound like an advertisement for it, but it just works. They're highly efficient, they're plant available. When it ties up with that amino acid, it gets a free ride into the plant because it's with that amino acid.
So we take this as just what's in the soil. We had a 64-ounce rate. Look at the jump. So Jason was instrumental in helping us understand what the soluble values would be in terms of the bump based on a rate. Now look what happens at a 32-ounce rate in our 2x2 band. We get a little bit less than the 64-ounce rate, but it's still substantially more than here. So we can take a protected phosphate that has no charge, drive a concentration super high to now where we can compete against the chemical and concentration antagonism. Because the concentration antagonism is the chloride, the sulfur, the phosphorus, and then I didn't include nitrate because it was super low. Now we can compete with those two. So in terms of a water soluble basis, this is banging right around 380 parts per million, which is equivalent to chloride. Now we're playing the game.
I'd add one thing too is the formulation of Rutex was designed to be tank mix compatible with calcium, particularly our calcium, how it's complex chelated with different surfactants. But the truth is, in soil solution is a lot of available calcium. That holds true in the soil solution as well as in tank mix compatibility with within our portfolio.
Yeah, I mean, you take 1137, 1034, they tie up fairly quickly as soon as they hit the dirt. This stuff will stay, like I say, I can put it in furrow and we can see that effects through the entire season, whether we got enough in there or not.
So one last thought on this. I didn't point it out earlier. I was gonna see if you guys pick up on it, but in the soil test, the titration work we did, we measured the amount of aluminum, iron in there, super high levels under the deionized treatment. So think about this, on Blake's farm right now today, there's no irrigation water hitting it. So it's reflective of a deionized treatment, which was super high in aluminum and iron. The general rule of thumb in agronomy is that these two will only precipitate phosphate in acid soils in the Midwest. I say it's not right. I think the concentration of these right now in the soil has all the potential in the world to precipitate phosphate until you start irrigating, and then their values just plummet. And so these are real opponents to phosphate availability. And so I think a lot of the old school rules of agronomy, we can kind of sweep some of them under the rug based on this type of data. So, okay, thoughts, questions? Let's hear it. We're on the tail end, I promise you.
I have a lot of conversations with folks nationally about why the West isn't doing what the East, more Midwest are doing, and this, what you've shown here as well. It's not, even the water thing alone, it's like, it's a different animal out here. The soils aren't the same, concepts, it's just, you can't just replicate it. It's not a 1-to-1.
Well, the other thing is too, is we live in the desert.
Yes.
I mean, it's a miracle that we can grow anything here, but it doesn't happen without water. Those guys back there, they put her in the dirt and go play golf. I hate to say that, but I mean, the bulk of them, I mean, they know it's just gonna rain.
Right.
And so it, it is a completely different animal.
So meanwhile, in Idaho, the jackrabbits are carrying water bags. There we go. Question right there.
So if I understand this right, because I guess we came here to redox, I didn't know what redox was. So if I understand this right, because you're at Rocky Mountain Ag, you sell micronutrients and macronutrients. Redox is in the business of basically, I guess, other amendments that take away, cations, anions, or whatever might cause, obviously some of these nutrients are it's almost like they're in opposition to each other. And so they kind of take that into play so that you're not having all these different things tied up. When, you're like, I put all this phosphorus down, but I'm not getting any of it. Is that a proper interpretation of?
Yeah, let me answer this way. We're in a commercial fertilizer world. We've got unprotected phosphate, we got chelated phosphate. But just about everything we do incorporates a redox bionutrient component to our formulations. So we can use their technology. We got a lot of extra built-in horsepower that can help complex some of your commercial phosphate. And so we'll integrate this type of a product in an 1137 type of an application for higher performance. super easy. That's the beauty of redox bionutrients. Integrate them into anything you're doing for a better outcome. So that's been our advantage for the last 15 years. Okay, any other questions? So this is what I want to point out. I was gonna give Jason a chance, but he did such a good job on the first one, I'll give him a break. If you look at chemical antagonism in the water solution, we have a lot of calcium in the water. A lot of possibilities of tying up soluble phosphate. This is just a visual reiteration of what we talked about the last 10 minutes. So what your water is, your soil becomes, remember that. And we have a chance to precipitate the molecule in the soil before it ever has a chance to get in the plant. So when you're spending $100 an acre in the fertility program, we need $100 of that product getting into the plant. That's the best place for that nutrient. It's not in the soil. The soil is a very expensive storehouse. So we use chemistries from redox and other companies to help overcome this type of antagonism. So ideally, it needs to be in the plant. That's the best place for it. So one last one is root interception. Jason did a great job talking about diffusion. We've talked a lot about mass flow. Those are the way nutrients move from the soil into the plant. Last but not least is root interception. That's the root physically growing into the nutrient itself. So if you go spread a bunch of prills out there, the root goes into that prill, has access to it. That's what root interception is. So we try to maximize all three forms of nutritional movement in and out of the plant: mass flow, diffusion, and root interception. And we do that by making multiple applications, different placements, different layers in the soil. You got in-furrow, top dress, water run. We're always trying to keep in mind those three ways nutrients move for optimal uptake. So that's what, guys.
Let me add one thing real quick.
Yes, sir.
When you talk root interception, mass flow, diffusion, there's an energy cost association with each of those forms of nutrient uptake. And so regardless of nutrient moving through the water and rushes past an active root, that plant expels energy to get a hold of that nutrient. Root exploration itself is a very energy expensive process for that plant to grow roots out through the soil, to extract nutrient, to pull up water. And so you guys did a great job on, soil, physical structure, characteristics of nutrient antagonism. We'll get into plant interactions and the energy costs associated with a lot of the same principles. But keep that in mind, is nutrient uptake comes at a cost, and it's typically a cost to reproductive growth. And so with that,
So the idea is drive your energy so freaking high, there's nothing much lost. And that's when you drive your energy high, this is the outcome. You got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of active root tips scavenging minerals, water, habitat for microbes, water uptake, you name it. The root lives and dies by the active root tip. As soon as your root tips die, your plant dies. That's that simple. So that's all she wrote, folks. This is the end of the road. Sit down. Yeah, thoughts, questions? You guys got critique for us? I mean, we're all ears. We've got to improve. So, but this kind of concludes. This concludes session 1. We'll see you back in June for session 2, right? Something like that.
Yeah, we'll figure out.
Time or date and location to be determined.
Yes.
Maybe right back here, maybe
Right. Mr. Wood.
Hey, I was gonna be done, but you went and made that last statement about.
Hey, keep it at 400. I'm happy here. All right.
So to the oxycytokinin thing here, like that just kind of blew something up in my brain. So because you mentioned that you like the synthetic hormones and this, that, the other, so at that. So where I go with this, there's a tomato farm in Florida that I spend some time on once in a while. And when I first went down there, they had a lot of questions and I had no answers, and I didn't like that feeling. So I did a lot of homework on this. And it was interesting with these guys, you'll pull onto these big tomato places and it looks like they've been trimmed. The hedges are perfect rows. And they were explaining to me that it's usually after their first picking, all of a sudden they'll start to get these crazy runners coming up once in a while. And Brad said, we know as soon as that runner starts, we're about to lose the plant. The root diseases are gonna take over. Why? Like what? So anyway, yeah, we get into this antagonism with the auxin and the cytokine and stuff. So we did some playing around with those guys, and it turns out that if they're on it very quickly, I mean, as soon as they see a shoot start, they'll go in with the kelp and the product of the company my paying jobs with. And we seem to actually be able to flip that from the auxin dominance back to the cytokine dominance again, and everything's happy. And in my understanding of this, it's basically because at that point with the auxins at the growing tip and the ripening, your plant doesn't have the energy anymore now. Everything's going out to the fruit onto those tomatoes. She doesn't have the energy to support the sugars into the root system. So that root system kind of triggers and dies. And but with, I guess I'm just curious here with the work with your, do you ever do this at that point? I guess I'm curious, and I'm not asking all your secrets. When are you making a cytokinin application? When are you putting an auxin application, a gibberellin? Are you doing this with kelp type stuff? Like, and again, like I'm not asking your top secret stuff, but I am. I'm asking all your top secrets.
All you're saying is when and how do you manipulate the plant for your benefit?
That's what I'm talking about.
So I'll give the grower perspective.
Yeah, go ahead.
First. So one thing that we've learned through the years is the hormones can also be manipulated through nutrition. Every nutrient has a tie to a hormone. And so the more balanced nutritionally we can keep that plant, the more balanced the hormones stay. And so sometimes we will use a hormone, depending upon the situation, if we get something a little out of balance and we can't catch up fast enough.
Okay, Mr. 900, you've been asking for it all day. I'm coming at you.
Let me get the glasses and my pen ready.
You used to ask Siri to record it. So we already got that black box. Here's what we see when we run SAP analysis. SAP analysis is looking at the sugars in the SAP flow. The sugar percentage in SAP is looking at sucrose, fructose, glucose, those three. We can watch, there's a direct effect. When the sugar level starts to decline, you can physically go see a decline in the root tips. Sugar is your number one driver of hormone balance. Sugars decline, that's an indicator that cytokinin is not being produced in the root tip. Therefore, auxin dominance and abscisic acid dominance override the plant, you got premature ripening. So the best way to do that is introduce sugar alcohol. I mentioned kelp, you got mannitol, sorbitol, and kelp. Those are sugar alcohols that'll restore the sugar and restore the cytokinin, offsetting the accumulation of auxin and ABA. So sugar is the number one driver, intracellular sugar specifically. The best way to do that, like Blake said, mineral nutrition cofactors. If you're short potassium, if you're short boron, you can't move sugar out of the cell. If you're short on molybdenum and cobalt, the cell can't produce the sugar. Therefore, if sugar is not produced in the cell in the nucleus, ethylene overrides it. Ethylene accumulates, cytokinin dumps, auxin elevates, abscisic acid elevates, termination. Did you do that fast enough?
That was great. Next question.
Let's roll. Okay, I took the B12, had like 30,000 international use of B12 at lunch.
All right. So what happens with potatoes here then with the setting and continual setting of putting on different sets through the season? Is there something then? What do you see in that way? Is there a reset in the system each time that she puts a new hook on, a new set?
Yeah, so think about this. There's a couple of things that just obliterate a potato. Number one is a continual indeterminate characteristic. It's setting on tubers like crazy. First set, second set, third set. The other side of it, you got photorespiration that kills you at nighttime. Plant photosynthesizes during the day, stores up carbohydrates and sugars during the day, has to burn off those carbohydrates and sugars during the night. It's called the dark independent reactions and photorespiration. You burn off all those carbohydrates. Eventually you get to such a level in that potato plant that the sugars are so low, guess what the plant has to do? It has to cannibalize the babies. It has to pull that down, pull on lysis. So the carbohydrate supply becomes the tuber. That's why you can start early season, set 22 tubers on a Burbank crop, and by July 4th, you're down to 12. Where'd it go? Because we neglected the sugar load of the plant. And eventually we got such a sugar deficit, tuber became the sugar source. So you can apply supplemental sugars or allow the plant to produce them on a much higher level photosynthetic rate. So. Yeah, no. So that's the thing about, that's why we love SAP. Petiole testing doesn't measure sugars. SAP does. It gives us the upper hand on how to manage the whole dynamics of the plant.
Have you ever looked at, I had a situation a few years ago up to Blackwood with this. Have you ever looked at the difference of a field that you're treating biologically under your care versus somebody else's? And looked at the, just with the refractometer, with the brick, go out and check bricks with the refract. The difference in between plant bricks and tuber bricks in the biological versus the full-blown synthetic. We had this, the first time we did this, we were out here and we had a pivot split in half, and we're out here doing checks on stuff, and our side of the field's lower. Like, we're 2 points lower in plant bricks than what the conventional side of the pivot is. And it gives you that kind of bad feeling in your tummy, and you kind of start feeling like, I don't know, you're trying to be, I don't know, like, no, this is fun. So we took tubers back to the tailgate, and we started cutting them, and we're shocked that we had a lower plant, but the tuber sugars were much higher in ours than. But that, have you observed that? Is that jive with what you've seen?
See, because with one of the main drivers in bricks using refractometer, you're getting total cell mastication when you measure that brick's value, right? Chloride, 1,000 parts per million chloride is 1 unit of bricks. Higher the chloride load of the plant, give you a skewed reading of bricks. You take your chemistry, we're learning a lot of chitinase and all your fancy hoopla there. It's all good hoopla, by the way, Brad. You might be displacing a lot of chloride, so you have a naturally little higher level actual bricks, not a superficial bricks driven by chloride. That's the thing you gotta look at. Cell mastication gives you a total disrupted look because you're breaking the vacuole, you're breaking the mitochondria. All of those are loaded with nutrition. That's the storehouse. So you go breaking the vacuole, it's got 900 parts per million chloride, skews the bricks load. That's why the best way to measure bricks is in the sap. It's not a mastication. Think about this, the sap lab takes Blake's potato samples and they put them under just enough pressure. And that pressure eases the sap out of the cell. It doesn't rupture the cell, it just eases that out of the xylem and phloem. Therefore, you can get accurate testing on what the sugars and bricks load actually is.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Mucho bueno, just bueno.
Jared, can I just make a comment?
Yes, sir.
Real quick, we took like hundreds of brick samples too, and bricks and the refractometer is just dissolved solids, as you mentioned, basically. Sugars and saps are far different metric, but we saw tons of different situations where it just came down to when did you water, what time of day it was. I mean, it can vary tremendously with the bricks levels. I had a field of potatoes that there was some drift, some Roundup drift into the edge of the field. So that part of the field was looking almost dead. The bricks was higher there because of the concentration itself than it was in actively growing crop. So for me, I'm throwing bricks out the window completely and I'm looking at saps and the sugar.
Yeah, absolutely. Potatoes are a different beast too because of the complexity of the storage form of sugar translocated to the tuber, the starch.
And on my farm, the potatoes are the absolute hardest ones to manage. I think beets we've had, last year was as close to a perfect season as we've had on our nutritional deal and that, and we did very well. Spuds were still a little off. I mean, it's still a work in progress getting there. But we know what we need to do, just sometimes we can't get it done fast enough to have an effect before it tips the scale the other way.
Hey guys, that's all she wrote. Good on, pal, man.
So there's all great information, but we all have a bottom line that we're trying to figure out. Question for you, your revenue Are you sacrificing yield because of not using the conventional and saving that with using? Because you're not using conventional fertility. And obviously it's contributing to your farm for fertility overall. But just your bottom line, your revenues, where are those sitting as far as yields and your tonnage and sugars and stuff like that?
So I'll break it out a little crop by crop. So small grains, we definitely have seen an economic savings because we've backed off on the fertility in that. I feel the hard thing with the small grains is a lot of our areas were prone to a June frost, and that can throw such a wrinkle in, you know, when those heads are filling. We've had a few years we've been off, we've had frost, but overall average, I would say we are as good as, if not better, yield wise. I think our plump, we grow a lot of malt barley, so and our test weights have gone up, and our plump has gone up since we've kind of been doing what we're doing. Sugar beets, definitely 100%. We're out yielding and out sugaring what we were doing before.
Everybody.
You know, I mean, last year our beets averaged 20 units in. You know, plus compost, but I mean, 20 units of applied in. We had compost there and that, but you know, you get the system working right. Potatoes, we're probably even keel. I think our quality's gone up yield wise, and it's so hard to compare because of 21 and 22 were so bad. It didn't matter what you were doing.
Yeah.
That your gut's still hurting from those years that you just like.
Especially Burbank.
Exactly. But one thing I can say, even through those rough years, our quality was still there. We've cut down. We have 0 hollow heart. Our specific gravities are absolutely at the top. The storability I think has improved a lot. And so yield wise, I think we're pretty well even. Corn dill, I think we've seen an improvement in yield on the corn. Like I say, well, on the spuds and the corn, you know, we've seen a big reduction on nitrogen. And I mean, you know, when you can take $250 or $300 that you're fumigating with and turn around and pivot with that, and you know, between biologicals and these other things, and then, you know, I mean, 15 years ago, I mean, like I say, we were putting on 250 units of feed in the market.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we're now using 15 to 20 plus the compost. So I mean, I think, you know, yield wise, we've maintained, quality we've improved, but I think overall dollars, we've probably seen an increase. Just because we aren't spending as much.
Yeah. And your disease pressure is not there and everything.
Exactly. Yep. That answered.
Yeah.
What you want.
Guys, thank you. Thanks for listening to.
Thank you, guys.
Now, here.